In 1995,
we were the future of the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, my God. You can forget about it. And it is gone. Wow.
we were
The Blake Street Bombers.
And this one's headed for the front.
We laid the foundation.
Could it be 3 in a row? Yeah!
we planted the seeds.
And there's the storybook ending for the Rockies.
We dug in the roots.
It does! Larry Walker!
That was then, that was our time.
This is now, this is their time.
Man, oh man, that is magnificent.
Tulo's time.
Unbelievable.
Cargo's time.
Touchable. He's done it. Holy cow.
Ubaldo's time.
The first no-hitter in Rockies history.
In 2011,
The future of the Colorado Rockies.
Is in their hands.
the future starts right now.
Delirium in loco.
'19th opening day in Colorado Rockies history. 1993 seems like just a few days back, but now in 2011, the Rockies open at Coors Field, first time since 2007, and they'll open up against the Arizona Diamondbacks, their division rivals. Welcome, everybody. I'm Drew Goodman, and welcome to the debut of Root Sports. We are thrilled that you're with us, and today is the first day of a ride I know you'll share with us throughout the 2011 Rockies baseball season. Let me bring in my partner again, George Frazier. Expectations, as they should be, are extraordinarily high.
As they should be. All the pieces of this puzzle are in line. Defense, pitching, the offense, the speed, and of course the great bullpen and the rotation they have. And it all starts today. Here, they expect to win the National League West.
Well, as we go downstairs, Jeff Houston, it is a very talented roster. It is a very focused roster as well.
Well, it is, and it's also very flexible. Jim Tracy has the options to go righty-lefty matchups if he wants. That's the thing about this team this year. You've got speed, you got power, you got great defense, and guys you can bring off the bench to provide that punch if he needs it, something a manager really loves to have.
No question. And now we are a few moments away from first pitch. The Rockies and Diamondbacks in front of more than 50,000 at Coors Field. Rockies gathering in the dugout. They are prepared to go after a terrific spring at their new home in Scottsdale. Drew Goodman, George Frazier upstairs. Okay, Ubaldo Jimenez takes the baseball. A year ago, he went 15-1 in the first half, had arguably the best first half ever for a starting pitcher. You know he's going to be good. It's a little unfair to expect a repeat, though.
Well, not a little, a whole lot unfair to do that to him, to ask him to go out and do that again at 15-1. Listen, folks, you mentioned the top right-handers in baseball. It's Halladay. You hear his name, obviously, Felix Hernandez, and then you hear Ubaldo. He's good. He's the anchor. And, yes, the Rockies do have, for the first time in a very long time, a true ace of this pitching staff.
It's fun to watch him work. We'll get to see that in a couple of moments. Let's go field level again, into the crowd with Alana Rizzo. Alana?
All right, guys, thanks very much. Down here by the Rockies dugout, whether it's your first opening day, your 30th opening day, or your third straight here like Luca's opening day, a tremendous amount of anticipation and atmosphere. The players are getting ready to run out onto the field. We cannot wait, guys.
Well, the wait is officially over. Rockies baseball 2011 has arrived. Opening day from Coors Field. Come on back to 20th and Blake with us.
At one time, we were the future.
We were there when it all began.
The celebration began.
Your memories are our memories.
And there's the storybook ending for the Rockies. Oh, baby! This one is gone! Wow!
What's your favorite moment?
Unbelievable! World Series time in Colorado.
I'm a fan. Are you?
Our season begins now.
And there is 27-year-old Ubaldo Jimenez jogging to the mound after a 19-8 campaign last season. And the D-backs lineup with Steve and Drew battling an abdominal strain. It'll be Willie Bloomquist playing short. He'll be followed by Kelly Johnson, who had the best season of his career last year. He'll be at second base. Then Justin Upton, still just 23. Chris Young, plenty of pop. He'll be in center field. Juan Miranda comes over from the New York Yankees. He has played only 43 games in the big leagues. Melvin Moore, a Rocky last year. He'll start at third. Miguel Montero, good bat. He'll bat seventh. Gerardo Parra will bat eighth. And then Ian Kennedy, a close friend of Ian Stewart, high school teammate, in fact, will pitch and bat ninth. And there's a closer look at the gorgeous numbers from a year ago.
Oh, and they were great a year ago for Ubaldo Jimenez, 19-8, an all-star. The no-no that he threw in Atlanta, it all mounted to great things for him a year ago, but it's 2011, and he's anxious to get this started. Last April, he started very well at 5-0 and 0.79 earned run average. In his career against the Arizona Diamondbacks, 5-4 with a very fine 2.72 earned run average.
Let's take a look at the gloves for the Rockies this afternoon on opening day. Cargo will be in left primarily this year. Dexter Fowler in center field. Seth Smith will be in right. Ty Wigginton's going to get the start this afternoon at third. Tulowitzki naturally at short. Jose Lopez at second. It was a close call with Jonathan Herrera. Todd Helton at first base, and Chris Iannetta not looking over his shoulder this year. He's behind the dish, and it is time to play ball. Welcome to Root Sports, and welcome to the 2011 season. First pitch from Ubaldo over the outside corner. Strike one on Willie Bloomquist. And this is a chopper that Lopez grabbed with his bare hand. How about that, Jeff Houston?
Well, he's going to get tested right away, and unfortunately it went off Ubaldo's hand, and Lopez comes in and bare hands it. What a play to start out the year. Not an easy one. Goes and gets it, barehanded, nothing to it. Strong throw, first out.
I was going to ask you, would you have grabbed that with leather?
I would have.
Especially on
opening day, first play? Yeah, you got it.
Here's Kelly Johnson, dangerous hitter. And the pitch is inside, ball one. One thing we noticed with Ubaldo during spring training, which is completely different than the real season, he would work his fastball as this is over Cargo's head. And Kelly Johnson's going to have a double. He worked his fastball 90-92 initially, and then when he had to dial it up, he would. Cargo misjudged that, Huey?
Yeah, he did. His first step, he came in just a step. It really just froze, but that's one thing that you cannot do as an outfielder. He comes in just a brief second, and you could see it get over his head by a half an inch, and that's what that first step will do for you, cause you not to catch that baseball.
And I think, too, you got to factor in the fact you've got sunlight sitting on this right field side with a bunch of white seats, low liner carrying to the left field side. May have been a little bit more difficult for him to pick up also.
So Justin Upton stands in, one out, and a man in scoring position. Upton has had very little success in his career against Ubaldo Jimenez. In fact, there were games in the recent past when Ubaldo was out there where he would not even get an opportunity to play. Tulowitzki will throw him out, two gone.
Well, I like the approach of what Ubaldo's trying to do. You mentioned less velocity, maybe more outs, quicker outs, work deeper into ball games. And the one thing that Bob Apodaca really stressed to me in spring training, he also wanted to work on a downward plane more consistently, not to drift, and make sure that he doesn't have the jab behind him to throw the upper half off. In other words, staying on line to the plate more consistently with everything. Creating a downward plane.
So Chris Young steps in, and that pitch misses in. Young last year was the lone all-star for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he deserved it. He ended up at the end of the season with those numbers, 27 home runs, 91 RBIs.
Just shy of a 30-30 guy. He also threw out 28 stolen bases a year ago.
That pitch was well located, and George, there's Ubaldo starting to dial it up a little bit. That pitch in the mid-90s.
If you look at the good ones, and you go back to Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, guys that know what they're doing, Roy Halladay, Felix Hernandez, when they get into this spot, runner in scoring position, they can go get that 4 or 5 more miles an hour and control it.
Hard hit ball, but right at Tulowitzki. Joy takes his time, and no harm done with that double from Kelly Johnson. Well, as George Frazier ordered, a pretty easy first inning. Sports is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Ford F-150. It's not just a pickup truck, it's a Ford F-150. Drive one. By the fast, reliable, secure, heavy-duty internet from Quest. And by Southwest Airlines. New Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Dexter Fowler, as the crowd looks on with the sun shining, steps in against Ian Kennedy. And the first pitch is in there at 87 miles an hour for a strike. Dexter a year ago hit .260. He worked quite a bit, virtually every game, on his bunting this spring, Jeff. He wants to throw out a lot more bunt base hits this year, and with his speed, he should.
Well, and the other thing it allows him to, it brings all the infielders in, so it creates more holes to get the base hits that way.
Swung on and missed, 1-2. One-two fastball rides up in the zone. Kennedy won't overwhelm you with his heater, but you look at his numbers from a year ago on a club that really struggled, George, and they're impressive.
They're very impressive. 194 total innings pitched last year, just 168 hits given up, but a 2-to-1 strikeout ratio. But he really started to settle in. Last 9 starts, no run support, yet he went 3-1 with a .213 earned run average. The opposition, because of his ability to locate his fastball, can make it difficult.
And ball 4, so Dexter draws a walk, and the leadoff man is on. Let's take a look at the rest of the Southwest starting lineup for Jim Tracy's club this afternoon on opening day 2011. Seth Smith will bat in the 2-hole. Cargo will bat 3rd, then Troy Tulowitzki. Todd Helton will bat 5th. Wigginton 6th. Jose Lopez 7th. Chris Iannetta 8th. And Ubaldo will bat 9th. I thought Seth Smith had a really fine spring. Now, the average wasn't gaudy necessarily, but his focus and the number of hard-hit balls was right at the top of the charts for any Rocky during spring training.
Well, he bought into what Carney Langsford's trying to accomplish with him, and that is to use the opposite field and allow the home runs to happen on a ball to the middle half, not get too anxious and pull happy.
I asked him pretty early on in spring training about last year. I said, sum it up for me. He said, I was embarrassed. He hit below 200 in the second half.
Well, that was after he was given the opportunity to have the job. It was his. Brad Hopp was traded away.
And he hit 192 after the break and 156 at bats. And anybody that's looked at his swing, anybody that's watched him play at this level the last few years, going back to when he emerged in 07 as a great pinch hitter, realizes he's a much better hitter than what he demonstrated in the second half. He's in extraordinary shape, and he wants to prove not just that he's the guy we've seen in the past, that he's an everyday guy, Jeff.
Well, and that's all you can ask for from a player, is to say, okay, give me the opportunity. I'll run with it. Talking to Carney Lansford behind the batting cage today about Seth Smith. He said, watch him in batting practice. Even in batting practice, he gets mad if he gets out in front, kind of rolls over on a ball. To your point, he's working in the center of the field, right center field, left center field, and that's where his stroke is. If he hits a home run, it's because they made a mistake inside. He just used those hands to hit it out.
Ian Kennedy, a 1-1 count on Smith with Fowler at first base. The Rockies promise to be ultra aggressive on the base paths. And that misses. 2-1. Good eye.
Now, one of the things that Ian Kennedy really wanted to work on in spring training, he didn't feel he was getting very good extension out over the front leg. His landing foot used to be about 6 inches out farther than what it is. What he has done is it's 5 steps out, and he's come back a half a step, meaning that he feels he can get farther out on his changeup and breaking ball, make him much more effective, so he shortened the stride.
Dexter got a big jump, and it is popped up foul and out of play.
Now let's look at Ian Kennedy a year ago as he performed with a couple of ball clubs, 32 starts overall, very good earned run average. The innings near 200. As a matter of fact, at the end of the year, they limited him to a number of pitches in his starts under 90, but he still struck out 168 in those 194 innings. The opposition hit just 228 against him.
That gets your attention.
That, the walks, the hits. I mean, he does give up a long ball. 5 he's given up in his career against the Rockies in his starts.
He's got a pretty quick move over to first base.
Opening day, all he's focusing on was trying to get into home plate and get an out. And Dexter got that huge jump. Now you just kind of back up and make sure you're covering all your bases as a pitcher.
Well, now if you're Dexter, too, you anticipate a ball in the dirt, because now this is when he likes to go to the changeup or the breaking pitch. And if he buries it, you get a good secondary lead, you can take off.
2-2 on Smith. See if he does any gardening over there. It looked like his spike slipped, Huey.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, but the field is just in immaculate shape down here. And that's a perfect lead if you're Dexter Fowler, just where you're getting back in time. That's your maximum lead.
Not going, and there's in the dirt, and Dexter will move up. You know what, Huey? You were all over it. You're a former base stealer. You're expecting an off-speed pitch, and you got the dirt ball.
When the guy is that quick to the plate, that's what you have to think of as your Dexter Fowler, because his out pitch, Ian Kennedy, is that knuckle curve or the split going straight down. Miguel Montero has a tough enough time just trying to block it and keep it out in front. With the secondary lead and the speed of Dexter Fowler, that's an easy read.
And now it's a move him along situation if you're Seth Smith with a 3-2 count. He'll try to pull the baseball at the very least. No score, bottom of 1. I'm surprised that pitch got delivered, Jeff.
I'm shocked.
Willie Bloomquist was standing on second base. There was an 85-foot hole on the left side of the infield.
Go ahead, George.
Well, you just saw the swing of Smith, too, because everything was inside out. The hands were close. He saw the gap and was trying to adjust to it. And he has the ability to do that as a hitter when a guy's throwing 88, 89. If the guy's 94, 95, it's hard to do, a lot harder to do.
And it's pulled down the line, fair ball. That'll get the Rockies' first run home in 2011. Fowler scores, Smith the second with a double. 1-0 Colorado. That's pretty good AB right there, Frazier.
Yeah, you like what you see there because the ball was on the inner half and everybody's basically playing straight up and down. So you've got some areas you can hit the ball to. And again, the ball was away earlier, tried to go away. This time the ball comes to the inner half of the plate and up in the strike zone for Seth Smith. So on this ultra slow-mo, watch his contact in his eyes and the focus on this pitch. And then the ball just shot by the rookie at first base, Miranda, and shot into the outfield.
What they work on all spring, execution, getting runners over, getting them in. It's nice when it works. Your very second at bat of the season.
Not a great feeling with Cargo at the plate. He hit .350 with runners in scoring position a year ago.
And the pitch misses, and Cargo has torn apart his original franchise, in particular the Diamondbacks. In his career against Arizona, Cargo's hitting .351 with 9 home runs and only 97 at bats. And that catches the inside corner, 1-1. We saw a more disciplined Carlos Gonzalez, as great a season as he had last year. I mean, he won a batting championship, for goodness sake, .336. But he swung at fewer pitches outside the zone during spring training.
Well, a year ago, you'd watch him on changeups. A lot of guys, particularly guys like Lincecum that had good changeups, would work the ball down and away from him with some movement that appeared to be a sinker. They did it again here. Took a little off velocity. Tough play. It'll be made.
But you know what? It's still a pretty good at bat because it moves Seth Smith with 1 out to third base for Tulowitzki. Here's Arizona defensively. Again, they're without Steve and Drew right now. Mark Reynolds is gone. Melvin Morris starts at third. Bloomquist for Drew at short. Kelly Johnson at second. Juan Miranda is at first. Montero's behind the plate. Young and Upton in the outfield, joined by Gerardo Parra. That's pretty much the outfield you'll expect. They'll play Xavier Nady, who's on the bench today, in the outfield as well. A lot of new faces for Arizona compared to what we saw 2010 in the month of April. In fact, 18 new faces. Tulowitzki with 1 out and a runner at third, 1-0 Rockies. Up and in.
With the upright stance from a pitcher's perspective with Tulowitzki, you're going to try to pound in, but you better get in, as they say in the pitchers' meetings, because if you leave it out over the plate at all, from chest to the belt, he could scald the baseball.
Way in again. We talked to Troy Tulowitzki about the offseason and obviously the contract extension.
It was very important for me to get this done. A lot of people think it's a crazy deal. You know, I still had 3 years left. It's a long time in baseball terms, but I wanted to be here. I love playing here. I love my team. I love my teammates. And I feel something. I feel something special that we can get this thing done. And I've said that for a while, and I think we've made a lot of people happy and made a lot of progress. But my ultimate goal is a World Series.
And after he signed his extension, he became, in certain ways, an agent for the club and helping get Cargo signed. That's in their 3-1. Those two have forged a very close friendship. And along with Ubaldo Jimenez, clearly the new faces of the Colorado Rockies, though the face on deck will never go away. Todd Helton waits. Oh, look out. A foul ball just eluded Helton. There's that changeup, George, and a hitter's count.
Well, that's the guys that win. The guys that aren't overpowering with a fastball, they have the ability to throw off-speed pitches behind in the count because hitter's mindset is fastball.
The Diamondbacks have changed it up now with 2 strikes on Troy. They brought the infield in.
And that's a tip of the fedora to Ubaldo Jimenez in the first inning. And it was too far in. Another walk. And if nothing else, not only are the Rockies at least they have a marker up, but they're making Ian Kennedy work here in the first inning. He's got 22 pitches already, and Helton's a guy who typically sees more pitches than just about anybody in baseball.
Yeah, what I like about this more than anything, after the year Helton had struggling, to come up with just 1 out, first and second, opportunity to get a base hit or an RBI and start the 2011 season off right.
Infield set for 2, 1 out, runners at first and third. And now Miguel Montero will go out. As we were talking about the level of emotion for every player, particularly for the pitcher, because it all begins with them. Ubaldo got the 3 outs he needed in the first with one, just little hiccup, the double by Kelly Johnson. But now you got Ian Kennedy maybe battling some of those nerves.
Absolutely, he is, because the ball's up. He typically works down.
Who wants tacos, fans? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies Tacos special. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. And that misses. 2-0. Todd Helton will make you throw a strike, and he will make you throw his strike early in the count. Imagine, Huey, one of the things Miguel Montero said to Kennedy, you want the first baseman holding on Tulowitzki, but also don't take a nap on him.
Exactly, because he'll steal a base on you, and don't think that you have to all the time in the world to deliver the ball, because he's a smart base runner.
Todd drives one to left field. Parra moving over, makes the running catch. Here comes Seth Smith with the Rockies' second run, and Todd Helton gets off to a strong start. He got something he could lift and drive. And the Rockies have 2 markers up here in the bottom of the first.
Accomplished just what you wanted to do after Ubaldo getting in the dugout to give him a little breathing room and get some runs on the board. That's what the Rockies have done. A very good professional at bat by Todd Helton.
Let's not forget Carlos Gonzalez getting the ground ball over to get Seth Smith to third.
That was a team at bat. Ty Wigginton's first at bat in a Colorado Rockies uniform. He had a fine spring. He hit above 300. Hit 3 home runs. Second on the club to Tulowitzki, who hit 4. This guy's a gamer. What do you call him, George?
Ball players. He's a ball player.
So he's a truck driver.
Oh, this guy, you know what? I like him because if you walk down the street, you're going to think he is the truck driver that backed up to the dock, and he delivers a lot.
Yeah.
And he's going to continue to deliver in a purple uniform today.
Yeah, got those big, meaty forearms. Good start for the Rockies, 2-0. That inning was a blueprint for what Jim Tracy wants to see from his club, Jeff Houston. There was only one hit, the double by Seth Smith. But there were 2 great at-bats that produced walks. The good at-bat from Carlos Gonzalez pulling the baseball with nobody out and a runner at second base. 1 hit, but you get 2 runs.
And that's sometimes the way you win ball games, because you're not going to be able to outslug teams all the time. You're going to have to manufacture, and it goes back to how many 1-run games the Rockies lost last year. Just being able to scratch out that 1 extra run might have made the difference.
Here is Juan Miranda inside, ball 1. Miranda came from the Yankees organization. Of course, Kevin Towers, who's the new general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, was a special assistant with the Yankees last year, and he was very familiar with Miranda, liked him, and brought him over. So Miranda is getting the opening day start at first base.
And has performed at the minor league level. A year ago, 15 home runs, 43 RBIs, but it was up and down. I mean, he sat a lot on the bench with the Yankees. Now, why is he in the lineup versus Russell Brandon, a veteran guy that can launch it out of the ballpark? Brandon's a very good low ball hitter. Jimenez, they feel, is a high ball hitter. Kennedy's a ground ball pitcher typically. They wanted his defense at first for this opening game.
Here's the 1-1 to Miranda, and that's in there for a strike. It was a straight change, and it's 1-2. Brandon Allen was also in that mix. He was sent out.
He's a young player that can play outfield. He can play first. He can play left and right for their ball club. And with Russell Brandon and Miranda and Moore at third, they didn't feel he would get quality or enough at bat. So for the young player, he needs to play.
Ubaldo was very efficient in that first inning. He threw only 8 pitches. 2-2 on Miranda, leading off the second. And that's outside.
Showing a pretty good eye. He had chased a lot of things. A couple have been pretty close. He just watched him into the glove of Iannetta.
Showing him a lot of respect, too. That's 3 off-speed pitches of 5.
Well, that's one advantage the Rockies have, obviously sharing a complex in Phoenix with the Diamondbacks. Even though the Rockies may be on the road, there's eyes watching the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're in your division.
The great ones never stop learning. Last year, Ubaldo 15-1 in the first half. Didn't get the run support in the second half. Wasn't as sharp. 19-8 overall. This ball is lifted to center field, right center field. Dexter will have it. 1 out. Ubaldo doesn't want to work deep in counts when he doesn't have to. Let's take a look at our Geico quote of the day. First for the 2011 season. Joe DiMaggio on opening day. You look forward to it like a birthday party when you're a kid. You think something wonderful is going to happen. And the Rockies believe something wonderful could be in store this campaign. 1 out. Melvin Mora steps up.
That was neat today. You looked on all the early news reports and how people were camping out on the bridges to get rock pile seats. I mean, they started early, and it sold out up on top. And you know, it is opening day. A lot of guys coming into the ballpark today that tossed the tie and the jacket. Just it left work a little early.
The weather's really changed, too, from what it was during batting practice for the Rockies. It was a little overcast, windy. Now down here on the field level, it is absolutely gorgeous.
Slowly hit ball to Tulowitzki. And he'll throw out Mora. 2 gone. What the scene you were talking about, George.
Yeah, right outside the ballpark. I mean, people that come in, they've got sleeping bags. There was tents. There was all kinds of things. Bringing the coolers in, eating a few sandwiches, some breakfast, having a few donuts, getting ready for Rockies baseball. Neat scene today.
Looks like your backyard back when the kids were home from
Yeah,
college
that's
this
right.
summer, right?
All night tailgating.
2 gone. Miguel Montero steps up. Dangerous hitter. And he takes a strike. Tim Cheetah, we haven't mentioned Tim yet. Tim, the crew chief, he's calling balls and strikes. He's joined by Jeff Nelson at first, Marty Foster at second, Bill Welke at third. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Diamondbacks a year ago stumbled to a 65-97 finish. To 70 wins 2 years ago. They're trying to remake the franchise. Managerial change it up top with the GM. Of course, Kevin Towers knows this division like like Dan O'Dowd and Brian Sabian after so many years in San Diego. Swung on and missed. Montero didn't get cheated, didn't get any baseball though. 2-2.
I was wondering if he broke both wrists with that swing.
And maybe a vertebrae in his back too.
You know what? That brings me back to the 90s and Jeff Hewson at the plate, that kind of hat.
Not quite.
And this ball's pulled down the line into the corner. So Montero is going to have himself a double. Second hit, second double for Arizona. And that'll bring up another left-handed stick, Gerardo Parra, batting out of the 8th spot.
It appeared, I mean, this is a guy that's very difficult to sneak a fastball by, particularly when it's down in the strike zone. He's able to drop the head of the bat on it, and that's just what he did. More of a windmill-type swing on the baseball, and he just drove it down into the corner, and then it's off to the races again. Since Montero came up, I haven't seen anybody throw a fastball by him. You may get him 1 or 2 times. It's going to be hard outs, but he is a great fastball hitter.
So Parra steps in, 261 average a year ago, 3 home runs and 30 RBIs last year in 133 games, and he lifts it to center field pretty well, actually. Fowler going back, and this is going to be off the wall. That's hit better than I thought. It's going to bring home a run. So back-to-back 2-out doubles, and it's a 2-1 ball game. Huey, do you think that ball was hit as far as it went?
Not really. Down here at field level, didn't have that crisp sound that you hear. But Dexter certainly thought it was, because I was watching him. He immediately turned and went after it. The Ultramos show the great swing of Gerardo Parra, and that's why he was able to hit it as far. He stayed through the baseball, got it full extension, hit it right at the base of the wall. And Dexter, all he could do was track it down.
It's not a guy you can fool around with at the plate, and Ian Kennedy either. 11 hits a year ago, a double, drove in a couple of runs. It is the pitcher, but just make your pitch.
Strike one on Kennedy. Last year was his first year with the Diamondbacks. Came in a trade from the Yankees. Former #1 pick of the New York Yankees.
Taking a look at the pitch count on Ubaldo right now. 10 balls, 16 strikes, 26 total. That hasn't been a problem. It's just a couple of pitches that he's gotten hurt on here in this inning.
Slider for a strike. The concourse is busy. Not a surprise. The beautiful thing about Coors Field is you can be on the concourse and you can also still see the ball game. 2-2. And a ground ball to Helton. He'll need a little help from Ubaldo. He gets it. In the inning, a couple of two-out doubles produce a run for Arizona. 2-1, middle of 2. Opening day at Coors Field. Rizzo with today's Fast Cash Sideline Report.
All right, Drew, thanks very much. At Root Sports, one of our focus is to bring the game to the fan the way the fan wants to see it. So why not hear from a fan himself? Andy Vigil and his son Tino, Denver residents. And Andy, we spoke a little bit about this at Fan Fest, but what are you most excited about when it comes to the 2011 season?
Most excited about the top of the lineup, just producing runs. I like what Dex is doing. I like what Jose Lopez brings, and Seth Smith right away gets a double. So I'm excited about the top of the lineup. Cargo and Tulo are just going to do their thing all year long. So just excited about a lot more runs.
You know, when you bring your son to the ballpark today, and a lot of people are doing that very same thing, can you describe how important it is and how much fun it is to have opening day as a family affair?
Oh, there's nothing like it. It's just so special. It's a day that we celebrate. It's right next to Christmas. You know, we just look forward to coming down here. We'll make the whole day out of it. My daughter, who's not here, she's in class. She'd be here too, but we just make the whole day of it. It's just a special. It's just a regular holiday on our schedule.
Well, you got to get your daughter out of class and down to the ballpark next year. We appreciate your time, and thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
All right, we're back to you guys.
All right, Alana, tell the gentleman that we did send a hall pass.
I will tell him. I don't know what happened to his daughter, but she's not going to be happy.
No, she's not.
2-2, Lopez lines it to center field, and Chris Young, who plays a fairly shallow center field, takes a base hit away. So Lopez lines out, the former Seattle Mariner, and that'll bring up Chris Iannetta. You know, Chris Iannetta had a terrific spring training, and so much conversation in the offseason about, you know, will Iannetta bounce back? Hit 197 last year. The job is his. There's nobody, you know, right behind him.
Well, I think the key to that is what you just said. Nobody's right behind him. And I think he recognizes if I struggle a little bit, I'm still going to be back out there the next day and hopefully just get the proverbial Sunday day off day. He's excited about it. Let his hair grow out.
Didn't recognize him, George. Wondering who that guy was. Chris really came on the final week of spring training in particular. Checks his swing. Did he go? No swing. Well, Chris was talking about his personal goals during the time down at Salt River Fields.
Personal goals for me this year is to obviously play as hard as possible, and then, you know, get back to where it was. You know, get back to where it was, and then build on it and go way beyond that. You know, the last few years have been a struggle. I haven't played the way I wanted to. There's no secret. Everyone knows it. And it's something that I've lived with and something that I've really tried to change as much as possible. With me, it's not an issue of working hard or anything like that. I've always put the work in. It's just a matter of, you know, stepping up and getting it done.
Hey, Jeff Houston, in a game where you always grind, he needs to grind less, as strange as that sounds.
Yeah, try easier, if that makes sense. Sometimes he tried too hard and it worked against him.
He does that also, which actually makes him, Huey, an ideal hitter in front of the pitcher, an eight-hole hitter.
And that's the thing. At times, Chris has been one of those guys that all of a sudden he's been too patient. Now he has an opportunity hitting in front of the pitcher sometimes to be patient, like his personality will allow it. But Chris is, I feel like it is a very good point right now, just from what he was able to do during spring training to the way he's kind of carried over a little bit now to get his first walk of the season.
And Ubaldo gets the bunt down. Miranda, did he get? No, goes into center field. The stretch by the shortstop Bloomquist, and he threw a two-seamer down there, and Jimenez safe at first, safe at second is Iannetta with one out. We'll flip the lineup.
All you got to do is make a play. That's all you're asking to do here, and this is the small things that cost you games. That's why the Rockies pride themselves on defense. And you're right, he got under the baseball, and then when he did, he just had a late tail and sink to the baseball and threw it right into the runner that was advancing in Iannetta. So now everyone's safe.
So an error on Miranda. 2 on for Dexter Fowler. He walked and scored last inning. Rockies got 2 in the first on just 1 hit. And this is popped foul, and it's going to be on top of the Diamondbacks dugout and out of play. How about that? You come to the yard opening day, you got your tickets, you got good food, and you get a baseball to boot.
Well, you know what's really neat? A lot of these people sit around themselves every game. I mean, they know their kids, they know the grandkids, they know everybody involved with their families, and so it's always high fives, everybody around you. It's kind of like getting a hole in one. Who's buying the dogs and the beer?
That's in there. It's 0-2 now on Fowler. George Kennedy's 40 pitches in with 1 out in the second inning.
It has to be a concern for Charles Nagy and Kirk Gibson because of their bullpen to have to go this early to it. I'm just dying for him to see or to have a very quick inning.
It bounces. The throw to third is not in time. Chris Iannetta moving up.
Well, the only choice that Montero had there when he threw the baseball, because it went away and increased the distance to third, and then when he threw it, it's in the dirt. And Melvin Mora was just trying to do damage control and keep the ball out in front of him. Watch when this ball comes in, curveball breaks, it goes away from him. Iannetta with a big lead moves into third, but the only thing that you could see Melvin do, he had just blocked the baseball, or the Rockies get another run.
And Dexter battling at the plate.
Two things you hate as a pitcher, walks and wild pitches, and it's resulted in a run so far in the game and an opportunity for Dexter.
I think the other thing it shows is that you don't have to be a fast base runner to be a good base runner. That was a prime example of reading that pitch and taking the base.
I don't think Dexter, fellas, gets enough credit for the eye he has at a young age at the plate.
And he's still learning his body and his swing. Every time I look at him, he's growing another inch.
Yeah, I know. And this ball pulled for a base hit. Iannetta scores. It's 3-1. Ubaldo stops at second. He worked himself back in the count, and he got something he could drive. So Dexter Fowler with an RBI single, and that'll bring up Seth Smith, who had an RBI double in the first.
Well, a little meeting on the mound, too, because he is not hitting the locations, and the Rockies hitters are causing havoc for him on the mound by working deep counts to hitters counts, and the results have been nothing but line drives. On the ultra slow-mo, you're going to see this pitch is not that poor of a pitch. I mean, we're talking on the knees. Dexter, that back knee drops, lowers the swing of the bat and the level of where he's wanting to drive the ball through the right side, and here comes Iannetta, and it's a 3-1 ball game.
I like that little fist pump by Dexter right out of the box when you know it's a base hit and you drove in a run. That's a nice feeling.
Especially good feeling on opening day. And Smitty had a pitch he could hammer. I mean, that was one of those high-quality foul balls, if there is such a thing, right, Jeff?
Well, when you foul it straight back, that tells you as a hitter, I was right on it. Tells the pitcher he was right on it. And we're talking fractions of inches, just barely missing that ball and being in the gap in left center field.
Misses in. I mean, so far it has been an absolute blueprint for how the Rockies want to play. Moved up on 2 dirt balls, George.
Draw the walks, get in position, and take advantage of other teams' mistakes, and they've done that.
Sack fly from Helton.
Carney Lansford today before the ball game, Drew, was down. I was talking to him down by the dugout, and I said, you know, what's the game plan today against Ian Kennedy? He said, if we're patient, we'll be fine today. If we get jumpy, anxious because it's opening day, we're going to be in trouble. It'll be a long day for us, but so far it's a long day for Ian Kennedy.
Well, they haven't chased the changeup. That's one big advantage that he has and has pitched well at Coors Field, is utilizing his changeup.
He just really hasn't been in a count too often today to throw it.
Well, you know, it kind of cracks me up a little bit. Guys come in, and you look at this lineup, it's scary. I mean, you're not really sprinting to the ballpark to face it, but you have to do it. Throw strikes and just see if you can get into pitchers' counts more than hitters' counts over and over again.
Two, and a huge chopper that Miranda gets and flips to Kennedy. And moving up 90 feet, Jimenez and Fowler, second and third for Carlos Gonzalez with 2 outs and a 3-1 affair. Well, I get the opportunity. We're lucky enough to talk to Jim Tracy every day, but if you pay attention to Rockies Weekly Sunday, immediately after the Sunday afternoon ball games, you get to hear from the skipper. He's entertaining, he's bright, he's funny. So make sure you catch Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy after the ball game on Sunday, each and every Sunday. You know what? What a wonderful human being. He really is.
Well, he just cares about everybody. You know one thing about that I think he learned in L.A.? Anyway, I probably learned it long before then, but in Los Angeles, it meant a lot. He never forgets a name. Whether you're writing for some paper in Western Kansas or the Denver Post, He never forgets who you are.
And it's genuine. He cares about people. Here's Carlos Gonzalez. And Cargo takes upstairs, ball one. Cargo 336 a year ago, won the National League batting crown. And he was in the triple crown hunt in terms of home runs and RBIs as well. Pujols took those latter two categories. And this is looped to Bloomquist, and he'll glove it. In the inning, the Rockies get a run. Chris Iannetta comes around on a base hit by Dexter Fowler. We'll go to the third, 3-1, home team. You're with us on the debut of Root Sports. Well, today's E470 Road Ahead is brought to you by E470. Sign up for Express Toll today and start paying 20% less on E470 tolls. Diamondbacks tomorrow and Sunday. Monday's an off day, and then the Dodgers come to town for a quick series. Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers won 2-1 over the defending world champs last night. 2-1 at Dodger Stadium, and then it's the first road trip of the year. The Rockies will play 4 against Clint Hurdle's Pirates, and then 4 in the Big Apple at Citi Field against the New York Mets. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Houston, Alana Rizzo at a sold-out Coors Field. Todd Helton has an RBI in the ball game. Top of the order for Arizona in the third, Willie Bloomquist will lead things off. He bounced into a 1-4-3 put out in the first inning. Ubaldo touched for a run last inning. 2 doubles with 2 outs, Montero and Parra. This is popped up, and Helton's going to give it a look, but it's going to land over the camera deck, land right over Jeff Houston, who was cowering.
I was not. I was making sure that the fans were going to be okay right behind me.
That's not what we saw from up here.
Nice catch. That boy.
Yeah, he didn't cower.
Yeah.
You know what? He has big mitts. He doesn't even need a glove. He just grabbed. I mean, he reached up and grabbed the baseball. This is line to left field. Cargo is right there. 1 out. See, you know, usually you bring a glove to the ballpark, right, Huey? That's what you do, especially when you have those fancy seats like that gentleman. But look at the size of his mitts.
Well, I just gave him 5 for catching that ball, and his hand just swallowed mine up. So
right.
yeah, he didn't need it. He's getting high fives from the fans, talking to him.
He's got a middle infield glove, Frazier, on each hand.
See, now they're trying to give him
Not
a glove.
really. I don't think it's middle infield. I think it's catcher's mitts.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Everybody was bouncing off of him, trying to get over there. He's like, I got it.
I got it. No worries.
Down low on Kelly Johnson, 2-0. I'm glad that guy's there, because now we know that Huey's going to be safe all day.
No problems.
Change up on 2-0, 2-1. Hey, a reminder, this is a new feature this year, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with it. It's Toyota Talk. Text Toyota, followed by a space. We'll come back to it. And then your thoughts on the 2011 Rockies to 720-720. So text Toyota, a space, 720-720. This ball sharply hit at Todd Helton. No problem for Todd. Puts the glove out. 2 gone. Another way we get to interact with you on Root Sports this year during the season.
Well, it's a great way for the fans to come in, really, and just kind of voice their opinion about stuff that's going on with the ball club telecast. So it should be a really, really fun time.
Yeah, and we'll do that in the 6th inning, and we'll also do it in the postgame show, throughout the postgame show. So we're just going to give Helmer more things to juggle out there with the Cowboy.
As if he needs it?
No, well, he's going to have to do it between when he's dancing on the top rail there. What's he got, George?
Ice cream, man.
He's got a great dew going.
He's got a little bit of gel in there. Mom, it looks great, but, you know, it doesn't go well with cotton candy. And
well, you're assuming it was gel. It may be cotton candy.
Yeah, well, that's true. It could be. Maybe
or ice cream.
Or ice cream. That's right.
Dad,
hey, give
I
me
want
the
my
hat.
No, not until you finish your lunch. Oh, and 2. Don't. She's going to ruin the great dew.
Yep.
He's got bedhead here.
Done.
He's got bedhead here at 3 in the afternoon.
Perfect.
Upton fouls this off.
Wears his hat like a catcher and a left-handed pitcher all in one shot.
Yeah, that's the question I ask every year. Why can't lefty pitchers wear their hats straight? Here's the 0-2 on Upton. And the fastball line to Smith, and he makes the catch. Nice play by Seth Smith out and right. A 1-2-3 third inning for Ubaldo Jimenez. There's the guy with the catcher's gloves, and there's a future catcher. 3-1 Rocks. Rockies leading the Diamondbacks 3-1. 4, 5, and 6 for Colorado against Ian Kennedy in the third. Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton, and Ty Wigginton. The 3 T's. Tulowitzki drew a walk in the first inning. Kennedy has thrown 51 pitches in 2 innings. And this is a one-hopper fisted to Kelly Johnson. Todd Helton will be next. Sack fly to left field his first time up. It was RBI number 1,240 in Helton's great career. He was tied for 123rd on the all-time Ribby list with Albert Bell and George Foster. Two pretty good players. There's a strike on Todd. Helton last year drove in just 37 runs the entire season. He wants to push delete on everything that happened in 2010.
That's the beauty of this game, though. You can do that. It's behind your name on the bubble gum card. But look at the rest of the numbers that Todd's put up in his career.
Two and one.
Well, just 324 average, 333 home runs, and 1,239 RBIs. That's a whole bunch of everything.
Helton gets under this one, hit to pretty deep left field. Parra makes the catch, 2 outs. Let's see what Alana Rizzo's up to.
All right, guys, one of the things I want to do today is introduce our viewers to some of the new faces here on the Colorado Rockies. We've talked a lot about infielder Ty Wigginton, the guy that's making his way into the box. This is his 6th major league organization that he's played for. I talked to him earlier today. He said, you know what, if you don't have nerves and excitement about opening day, you really don't have a pulse. To him, it means if you're not nervous, you don't care. He's so excited to be a part of the Colorado Rockies. He also told me this is the first team in a long time he felt had legitimate playoff chances in terms of going someplace besides the regular season. He said the last team that was the 2003 Mets, guys. He is, as George Frazier says, a truck driver, a guy that will do whatever you ask. He's played every single position besides catcher, center field, and shortstop, guys.
And that's his approach. He said, he keeps it simple. Give me a bat. When I see it, I'm going to hit it. Give me a glove, and if it's hit to me, I'll catch it.
For a guy that has played as long as he has, his enthusiasm, it may not show a lot, but he knows he has a chance finally to get a ring, to get into postseason, to enjoy that part of the game.
3-1 on Wigginton. Well, a year ago, Huey, with your old club, the Baltimore Orioles, he was an all-star.
Well, and that just shows you the testament of kind of season he put up, because that wasn't a good team until Buck Showalter took over. But it's tough to play sometimes when the club's not well. But now, as Alana mentioned, he has an opportunity with this ball club to go to the postseason, something that you always aspired to as a player. And he's just fit into this clubhouse like he's been here his whole career.
This is just his 10th career game at Coors Field. And this ball is a screecher to right center field. Young's going to cut it off and hold Wigginton to a single. Rocky's 3rd hit of the ball game, and that'll bring up Jose Lopez, who was robbed of a hit by Chris Young his first time up. Let's take a look at Diamond Details, brought to you by ePay Data. Down the left field line, it's 347. Right field's 350, but the fence is much higher naturally because of the scoreboard. Dead center field's 415. The deepest portion is actually extreme left center and right center, where it goes out to 424 at Coors Field, the biggest outfield in baseball. This ball's high and deep to left field. Did he get it? Not quite. Edge of the track in front of the 390 mark. Parra makes the catch. 3 complete. Rockies ahead 3-1. Rockies 3 and the Diamondbacks 1. Opening day 2011. Upstairs with George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman, and this next gentleman needs no introduction. We've had him before, but now you were just a mayor then. No. Governor John Hickenlooper.
You go back far enough, I was just a junk ball pitcher in high school. Right? That's big, slow curve.
But a guy that loved the game of baseball. I know that. You love this. Opening day, and the Rocks on top 3-1.
All my major lessons in life somehow through baseball. And to look at the Rockies, and they say the word chemistry. This team, I think, is going to have chemistry.
Jim, one of the great things about this club, really the last few years, it has been the chemistry. Just a bunch of good guys that work very hard and all happen to be tremendous players. Works out quite nicely.
I was shocked, and we got to watch, when Dick and Charlie Monfort said they were going to start putting a team together based on character. They're going to get great athletes, but also every person on that team was going to be someone in the clubhouse who would make everybody else better. And I kind of said, And but they did it. Look at every one of these guys you'd want to go off and have a beer with.
But you know what? That's how you want to put your administration together. I mean, it's the same thing. And I think you have success when you look at things that way.
You're exactly right. It's all about talent, but talent only gets you so far. Then it's creative and talented people that are willing to work together, and they put aside sometimes what's better for them, for the whole team.
Do you know what? I know you're a big sports fan. We've chatted about this before. And George and Jeff and I and Alana, we've been talking throughout the day. There is something unique about opening day in baseball that really separates it from the other three major sports. It's down the left field line. That's going to be a double for Chris Young. 4 hits now for Arizona, all doubles. Go ahead.
Well, my wife is a writer. The famous Helen Thorpe. Well, maybe not so famous, but Helen explained to me the word diurnal, right? Diurnal is that word that your inner clock, right? You wake up every night when the light comes up. That's your diurnal clock. I have a diurnal clock that my year starts on opening day.
I was going to have George define that for me afterwards. Thanks for doing that.
Well, I knew exactly what it was. I didn't want to embarrass everybody.
Well, we all have lots of words to learn, but this is the beginning for me of. In a funny way, I've been learning how to be governor for the last couple of months, and now spring training's over, and now we got to get the budget balanced, get on to work.
So you're telling me they didn't have a class or video for you to watch?
Yeah,
to become governor, how to do it?
They did not have a class or video. Ubaldo looks a little bit not quite as sharp as we've seen him.
Well, I think a little bit of hook and jab on the backside with his delivery at times. Sometimes you don't get the follow through that you're absolutely looking for from him, and I think at times when his upper half starts to tilt too much backwards, back towards the first base side, he gets offline at times. And the one thing about opening day for him too, I'm sure even though he had a great spring, it's still the jitters of going out in its opening day. And but there anybody else I want to choose to go out there other than him.
Anyone else in baseball, right? If you could choose any pitcher you want on your team for opening day.
Governor, we talked about this also during the pregame show. It is almost unfair, the expectations that are going to be placed on this young man's shoulders because of what he did in the first half last year.
Well, it's exactly right. And you look at him and Tulowitzki and Cargo, you've got a few players here that are going to have to bring everyone else up. And I think they can. I'm a little worried. Second base, we'll see how that settles out. And need some more hitting, whether it's Ionette or somebody out of the catcher's slot. But the team has wonderful potential and great character. Great character.
They're a team that every mom and dad, if Junior is following a particular player, you're okay with it because they're a good person. That bunt attempt is also a foul ball by Melvin Mora.
You realize he almost hit that. He was almost out of the batter's box. If that ball bounces up when he's out of the batter's box, he's still out, right?
He's out.
They haven't changed that rule since
they have not. And that's the other thing. We always have rule changes, it seems like, in the other sports.
Yeah, exactly.
Baseball, time-honored tradition. What did Red Smith once write? The most perfect distance between 2 points, 90 feet.
Yeah. Or 60 feet 6 inches. Not 60 feet 3 inches.
Right. 60 feet 6 inches. Because at 60 feet 3 inches, Ubaldo's tough enough to hit it. It'd be near impossible.
Well, it's almost up here.
You know what? We get this question a lot. In all the years, and this I've been privileged enough to be up here 10 years now. Frazier's been here even longer. I think there's been 3 foul balls in the booth, George, in 10 years.
Yeah, this is my 14th. We have 14 and a half. I was there a little bit in 97. Yeah, 2, I think. I didn't see either one of them.
Remember I caught that one, George, behind my
ducked.
back.
I didn't
Remember
see you
that?
catch anything.
Yeah. It's kind of like the guy with the big meat hooks down there.
I learned to dive
Saved Huey
on the mound a long time ago. When they're coming right at you, you get out of the way.
1 and 2 on Melvin
There he
Mora.
is. Should have seen the hooks on this dude. He just reached up, snatched the ball. Drew said it's like a middle infielder's glove. I said, no, it's like 2 catcher's mitts on each end of his arm.
Yeah, well, he looks like a former shortstop, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't.
A long ball first baseman.
Yeah. 1-2. Outside, 2 and 2 on Melvin Mora. He did such a professional job last year in a Rockies uniform, did Mora. Ended up hitting .285. And when Stewart struggled in the second half, it was Mora, especially during the first half of September when the Rockies made the great run.
Right.
Melvin Mora was in the middle of it every night.
He was. A lot of timely hits.
2 on and nobody out. A problem here for Jimenez in the 4th. Ground ball could be 2. Nice pickup by Wigginton. There's 1. There's 2. Well done.
That's a great play by Wigginton.
That is a great play by Wigginton. That ball was sharply hit, and he showed some range, and he made a great feed to Jose Lopez. 2 gone.
589th game at third base in his career for Ty Wigginton in the regular season. Jeff, he made it look like he'd played there his whole life.
Yeah, look at he turns his body.
Beautiful throw. Good exchange at second base. Again, you're talking about a guy at second in Lopez that has the arm strength to play third. So it allows him to use different footwork and rely on the arm strength to complete the out, and he does it there.
Yeah.
And now you have Miguel Montero, who doubled his first time. He was 3 for 25 against Jimenez coming in. He's a guy you got to be careful with, even though he doesn't have great numbers against Ubaldo. I've always felt like, and again, Governor, you follow the division when you're not busy tending to the community.
I don't care how busy I am. I always follow the division.
Well,
I figure in some way.
the guys that really scare me with Arizona, Stephen Drew, who's not in the lineup today, he's hurt. This ball is a pop-up. He's going to get Ubaldo out of the inning. And this guy, Miguel Montero.
Yeah.
Well done by Ubaldo Jimenez. 2 reach with nobody out, no problem. With a little help from Ty Wigginton and Jose Lopez. 3-1 Colorado. Those folks, they may be a little fatigued right now, probably hit them later. They're going on adrenaline because all those folks out there, they were here in the middle of the night waiting on line to get rock pile seats. Chris Iannetta, bottom of 4, Rockies up 3-1. Iannetta drew a walk his first time, and this ball's hit the deep left field. Way back, and it is off the base of the wall. Chris Young is going to have to help out, and Iannetta has himself a double. Hey, Jeff Houston, we're looking at the flags, and it doesn't look like there's much wind, but Earlier, Cargo misjudged a ball. There was a ball we thought that was hit out from up here last inning by Jose Lopez, and that ball Parra had trouble with. Is there more wind than we can see?
I think it's different than what they experienced during batting practice. There's a little bit up top. There's nothing down low. But I think what you're seeing, though, is these guys now with a little bit more adrenaline. Fastballs coming in. They're getting the barrel to the ball, and Parra just didn't quite read that one.
Bounced almost all the way back to the infield. A slightly faster Ionetta might have gotten 3.
You know, and that's a great coaching point. It's why, and Chris Young, well done. There's always somewhere to go on the baseball field. You're never a spectator, and Chris Young made his way over. Yep. If not, you're right. It's going to be a triple. That's a good-looking bunt from Jimenez. And Montero throws out Ubaldo. The runner at third with 1 out. Dexter Fowler, who already has an RBI and a run scored, will come up.
Well, one of the small things that goes unnoticed in that play, Governor, was Montero comes out thinking, all right, he has to make the decision quickly because Ubaldo ran hard up the first base line. Right. If he gives the soft jog, he can take a little more time and look to third, maybe, hey, I could get him. But instead, you know, in that situation, you want 1 out.
Yep.
Billy Martin preached it forever. Get 1 out in a bunt situation. I don't want first and third.
Don't betray your age.
Yeah,
don't be saying Billy Martin preached it.
Well, you know, yeah, he did. Hate to tell you, he did.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, old guy. But anyway, you got the 1 out because Ubaldo was running. It forced him to make the play a little quicker, make that decision quicker.
Governor Hickenlooper, what we have to be concerned about is if Frazier starts lamenting about Miller Huggins.
Yeah, exactly. Or Joe Tinker.
Then I'm checking his ARP card.
Oh, I got one of those.
Yeah. I know you haven't taken me to FERS yet.
That's right. You go to FERS for $4.99.
Squeeze is on. Oh, you got to get back.
Oh, that's a break. That's a good break.
The Rockies with a suicide squeeze, and Dexter didn't get the top half of the baseball. Jeff, how many times did you have that when you were at the plate in the big leagues?
Twice. And what you have to think about as a hitter, if you're Dexter Fowler, is think of the ball at the top of the zone. And I always thought of the ball coming up at my head because it was easier to then adjust going down than try to do it. And that ball was up by his head. Easier said than done, but fortunately, it wasn't an out.
Infield in, a 1-1 count.
Yeah, fortunately, it wasn't double play, and that's kind of where it was headed. This ball's not going to get into the seats. No, it's not. Melvin Mora makes the catch over in the foul territory side of things.
That's the first situational at bat of the game that was not executed perfectly by the Rockies.
It was still a good call. You know, I think it was a good, with 1 out, it was aggressive, but a good call. Didn't work out.
No, this is a game of imperfection, not perfection, right?
Just like politics.
Yes.
You know,
that's a game of varying opinions as well, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Look at now, Seth Smith, if he steps up and has a great year, right? He's somebody who's been hitting the ball hard. He steps up and fills a gap. Look at how he's been hitting left-handers.
Yeah, he had a great spring. You are studying. I mean, I don't know how many wads of paper, well, I should say wads. I don't know how many different things are across your desk, can't imagine, on your computer, but you're right. During spring training, he was 9 for 22 left on left. I think he's going to have a real big year.
I'm dyslexic, so I'm a slow reader, but I try to select what I do read, and I got a bunch of really smart people that make sure they cover all the stuff I miss.
But that's for me, George, and Jeff. We have Dougie behind us.
There's the man. There's the man who does all the work.
He's Oz behind the screen.
Oz behind the screen. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
He's also, we got to give a shout out. It's his birthday today.
Get out. We should sing? No, maybe not.
No, well, no, we should.
Probably shouldn't sing. Maybe pizza and beer.
Certainly I should.
Governor, this is the debut of Root Sports Day. We want people here tomorrow afternoon.
I understand.
Also, so.
Well, you know, I love the new name, Root.
Yeah.
I think
Dougie, your brother's here. Dougie's brother's here. The long hair. See? Right? No?
Smith fouls that one back.
Root Sports is a great, you know, if you're going to try and take a new approach to sports and try and connect to how rooted in the community your sports teams are. I can tell you, when I was just a restaurant owner, we owned the wine coop, we could see when the Rockies won, our sales would be up 6, 8, 10%. Same with the Broncos, right? It has a huge effect on the on the attitude of the community.
Strike three
that's
on Smith.
Terrible call. I'm not supposed to say that.
Yeah,
No, you can say that. Go ahead. I said it to Tim Cheetah. You can say it. Go ahead.
Governor, thanks so
What
much
a pleasure.
for joining
Great
us.
to be up here. Good to see you guys.
All right. It's Dougie's birthday. Why don't you don't have, if you get a ticket today, give it to him.
That's now the first citizen of the state, Governor John Hickenlooper. Rockies up 3-1. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
As we head to the top of the fifth inning, the good guys, the Colorado Rockies, are up 3-1 on the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm up here in the rock pile enjoying an absolutely beautiful day. All of the fans enjoying it as well. I'm with some very special guests. They're in the enlisted forces at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. This is Carrie, Noah, and Carrie. And these guys were part of the unfurling of the American flag earlier today for the opening day ceremonies. And we'll start with this Carrie first. But how cool is that to be a part of an opening day ceremony and representing your country that way?
It's awesome. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime event just to be out here at Coors Field. Beautiful weather. The game is awesome. And then to be a part of the flag, pulling it out. So.
No question. And Noah, for you, for someone that's never had an opportunity to experience an opening day, what can you tell them about something like this?
Just for the Air Force to give me this opportunity is just amazing. To come out here, actually be on the field that the players play on, it's just an incredible feeling for me.
And for the other Carrie over here, you know, this is an opportunity, guys, for everybody to come together, regardless of what it is that they do in their daily lives, to be able to get out of work, to get out of school, and then come enjoy the beginning of spring and the hopefulness of a new baseball season.
It was definitely a lifetime experience. It was one of the coolest things that I've had the chance to do since I've been in the military. Just everybody clapping for us and just showing how much they appreciate what we do.
We certainly do appreciate what you guys do, and you guys allow us to do what we love to do so much. So thank you so much for being a part of it today. Enjoy the rest of the ball game, and again, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Well, we second that thank you, Alana. At the plate, Ian Kennedy with one out and a 1-2 count on the Diamondback pitcher. Ubaldo, 27 years of age. And Kennedy fouls off that pitch. You know, the strikeout, the caught looking by Seth Smith, the first strikeout for either team in the ball game, which may catch some people here in the fifth inning by surprise with Ubaldo out there. He has not really in the ball game looked to rear back and throw upper 90s. We've seen, what, 95, 96, George?
Well, they've been a little bit aggressive, too, but you're right. We've seen 195, 196. He's throwing an awful lot of breaking balls down in the strike zone, get some swing and misses there. But he has not had the fastball command you hope for. 4 flyouts, 9 groundouts now in the ball game, but yet to strike out a batter.
And a walk to Kennedy. That's the first walk allowed by Ubaldo Jimenez, and clearly he's not pleased with that. Let's take a look at our Quest high-speed pitch. Ubaldo at 96. Ian Kennedy has touched 92. Brought to you by the fast, reliable, secure, heavy-duty internet from Quest. So with one out, that'll bring up Willie Bloomquist, who's 0 for 2. Bob Apodaca, now the longtime pitching coach of the Colorado Rockies.
Well, a lot of people felt like when Clint left and then he got the job in Pittsburgh, he may go along with him. Bob loves it here, and the job he's done and to earn the respect of his manager now, Jim Tracy, but also of the pitching staff, of what Bob has been able to accomplish.
Secondary pitch, that's a changeup. Huey, from your angle, I haven't seen many splits, have you?
No, most of them have been change-ups, maybe the slider occasionally, but not that hard downward biting one that we've seen in the past.
See what he goes to here, 0-2. Helton playing behind the pitcher. Tried to paint on the outside corner at 93.
But it also, I think, shows you the maturity of Ubaldo when you don't have that overpowering fastball. You're not hitting your spots like you're used to, but yet you're still getting the ground ball outs. There's one out. You got the lead. Becoming more of a complete pitcher.
Well, it's one of those days you take the mound as a pitcher. You just get through it. That's what you do. You know you got pretty good stuff other places, so you just go and get through it.
This is fisted to center field for a base hit. So Bloomquist with a single, and again, they're 2 on. And that'll bring up Kelly Johnson. I'm sure Kirk Gibson in the Diamondback dugout is looking at this situation as an opportunity to get back in the ball game. He's getting the thump part of their order. 2 on and 1 out. Time for our AT&T trivia question. Who are the 6 Colorado pitchers to have multiple opening day starts? And of course, Ubaldo starting on opening day for the 2nd straight year. I'll give you a little hint. No Rockies pitcher has ever started 3 opening days. Johnson a double and a ground ball to Helton. Fastballs away.
A scary type of bat, too, because Johnson with 26 home runs, 71 RBIs a year ago. It's one of those guys you can't make the mistake. He can be a game changer in their lineup.
They've hit him in different spots in the lineup. He's led off. He's hitting this spot, the 2-hole. He can hit third. Came from Atlanta. That's going to be a good baseball team this year, fellas.
Again.
Yeah.
New first baseman over there, Freddie Freeman. See how that goes.
And they say he's going to be as good as Jason Hayward. That's 2 very close friends that played together all the way through it.
1-1, and this is a fly ball to shallow center field. Dexter's got to come on quickly now, and he'll make the catch. That'll bring up with 2 outs Justin Upton. A ground ball to short and a line drive to right that was handled by Seth Smith.
Arizona 1 for 7 now with runners in scoring position today. It hasn't been pretty for that part for them to be able to do it. 495 at bats last year for Upton, and the strikeout as their ball club set a major league record. He struck out 152 times. Of course, the guy that struck out a lot, Mark Reynolds, no longer with the club.
Yeah, the other guy who struck out 172 times, Adam LaRoche, is no longer with the Diamondbacks.
First pitch slider, George.
Well, you know what? For me, I wouldn't slow it down to the bat, Jeff. I'd try to attack it with a fastball. I think back and went at it with the heater. Upton, excuse me. Remember last year in Arizona, had him in a 1-2 count. Went to the slider, and instead of having any kind of depth, or they want to say tilt, down and away, going down and away from Upton, he hung and hit it a country mile.
Well, whatever you do, stay away from him, though.
Yeah, very quick on the inner half, and he looks to pull the ball an awful lot.
Lifetime 2 for 20 against Jimenez.
Just make sure you have a 2-plane breaking ball when you throw it to him.
Ubaldo's been, more often than not in the low 90s And if he was going to dial it up, you'd think he'd dial it up here. He just may not have that A fastball. Last year, he averaged 96.1 on his fastball among starting pitchers. He was the hardest thrower consistently in the game. Look out. This ball is loud and deep and gone, and Arizona has a lead.
Just what you said, Jeff. Don't come to the inner half of the plate. That's exactly what happened with Ubaldo, and it was a fastball on the inside part of the plate, and Upton made him pay for it.
One swing has changed the complexion here in the 5th inning. So Ubaldo, again, without that dominant fastball, serves up the 3-run home run to Justin Upton. It is 4-3 Arizona.
Now watch the pitch. See this ball run, and then look what Upton did a really good job of. Jeff, I don't know if you can see this. Look at that hip right there, fly open it immediately. He read this pitch to the inside, so he rotated real quick with his lower half and then was able to turn on the baseball on a line drive into the left field seats. Makes this a 4-3 Diamondback ball game.
If he's going to beat you, you make him beat you away.
Well, Upton began his career 0 for 15 against Ubaldo. He's now 3 for his last 6 with a couple of home runs. Oh, 0-2 on Chris Young. They want the fastball up.
Got it up.
Yeah.
A little bit high. Only 10 home runs last year for Ubaldo Jimenez in 221 plus innings. Only give up 10 home runs. Pretty low number.
Oh, yeah, ridiculously low number. That's a franchise record. It'll be interesting to hear Ubaldo's comments after the ball game.
They'll be honest, very upfront. He'll tell you exactly what was going on with him. This is where your catcher comes in, realizing, okay, he may not have that great fastball, so you have to work more of the secondary pitches. Well, that's where I told you in the past and talked about this. Those 8 pitches in between innings mean a lot. You may not have your slider the first 3 and find it in the 4th and 5th, or vice versa, of a curveball release on the changeup.
And Fowler makes the catch. Damage done, though. A 5th inning 3-run home run from Justin Upton. And Arizona leads it 4-3. Sports is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. By Viagra. By your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota moving forward. By Jack in the Box. Right now, get the All-American Jack Combo for only $4.99 plus tax. And by AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. Today, the debut of Roots Sports. Rockies now trailing 4-3. See if they can counterpunch. Here's the 1-0 to Cargo. Swung on and missed. Carlos is 0 for 2. His first at bat was job well done as he had a runner at second and nobody out and was able to bounce the ball to the right side. Here's Seth Smith into scoring position. And he's out front on the off-speed pitch. It's 1-2. The Rockies have done everything right today, manufacturing runs, Jeff Houston, but they really haven't assaulted the baseball against Ian Kennedy. Just 4 hits.
Yeah, he just kind of hung around this ball game. Now he has the lead. I mean, who would have thought that a couple innings ago as the pitch count was up there. Now he's at 77. He's just found a way to get out of a couple jams when he needed to.
2-2 on Cargo. 3-2 with Tulowitzki on deck. 3, 4, and 5 for the Rockies. They have not opened at home, opened the season at home very frequently. Just the 6th time ever at Coors Field. They're 4-1. Pulled down the line. That's a fair ball. And Gonzalez heading to second. He'll have a leadoff double. The batting champ in the National League from 2010 with his first knock of 2011. Out front a little bit, Jeff.
Right off the end of the bat, and down here at field level, you could hear that bat crack as soon as he hit it. And we'll get a good shot from the Ultra Mo on the split finger that was trying to go down and away from him, just right off the end of the bat, but the extension and the fall through, I think it just shows you how strong Carlos Gonzalez is to hit that ball by the first baseman.
George, he throws what's known as in the business as a Vulcan changeup, and he threw it on that pitch.
But it's where you split your middle finger and your ring finger outside of the seams versus a true split finger. So today, opening day, forgot the baseball, but I'll have it next week.
Troy Tulowitzki at the plate. Tulo a walk and a bouncer to second. And this ball slicing foul and out of play.
On the Ultimo, you'll see this grip and what we're talking about on this. See how it's split in between. We're going to freeze it right. Let it go a little bit farther, a little bit farther. Now you can really see it. See how he's got his finger split right there. See how it's the middle finger and then it's the ring finger. And then to throw it out front. Now, a lot of guys do that because they feel it's stronger and they put more pressure on the seams to get the result he needs.
And he presets that, as so many guys who have a split finger do. And Tulowitzki gets jammed again. An easy play for Kelly Johnson. 1 out. And that'll bring up Helton.
Now, I'll say this for Kennedy today. When he's needed to make a pitch, he's made it. And, I mean, that he just wiggled out of so many situations.
Now, the Rockies at second and third with 2 outs. Gonzalez at the plate in the second inning. A chance to go up at the time 5-1. And he got Cargo to hit a little flare to short. I asked Kirk Gibson about Kennedy yesterday. I said, what has impressed you the most watching him last year when you were the interim manager, and at least initially as a coach? He said he is quietly very, very competitive. I just don't think you can get to this level if you're not. But to your point, George, he's got some bulldog in him. There's Gibby. He was some kind of competitor. He wasn't a quiet competitor either.
He'd put you into the left field seats if he had a chance.
Story about him covering first base in Detroit at one time. He stomped right in the back of my leg. I looked at Kenny Kaiser and I said, how can you call him safe? He goes, well, he got the bag. I showed him my foot. And Gibby said, play baseball. I mean, half my leg's hanging out of my shoe. I'm like, dude, you kidding me?
Bottom of the 5th inning, but next inning, the top of the 6th, it is Toyota talk. Text Toyota followed by a space, and then your thoughts on the 011 Rockies to 720-720. And we'll do that throughout the post game as well. So 10, 1-1.
Now you see where Wigington's standing right back here in the background. What you do is you get a true look at every pitch coming to the home plate area.
Jeff, I imagine you get to see release point better from that angle, huh?
Yeah, you can pretty much feel the sweat coming off of Todd's brow, too.
Right.
You're that close.
Well, I will tell you one thing. As a pitcher,
You don't like it, do
I'd
you?
move him. I just call time, tell the umpire, hey, that little white circle's over there for a reason. Get over there.
And nobody uses the on-deck circle. When was the last time you saw a guy get loose actually in the on-deck circle?
Well, the problem is those things are made out of rubber, and a lot of guys will wear those molded cleats, and you'll end up slipping on those things.
One and two on Helton. Sack fly and another fly ball to left field. So he's 0 for 1. Gonzalez, a leadoff double, is at second base. The Rockies trail 4-3 after Justin Upton hit a 3-run home run in the top half of this inning. Windshield damage, call Safe Light Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. Oh, you know, that's our friend, buddy, with the hairdo.
Is he done?
No, he's taking the mid ball game nap. He's going to be raring to go in the late innings.
We'll wake up in time to text. Ask him some questions, Dad. Come on.
That's what baseball's all about, though.
He's comfy.
That's why you take pictures of this day, because he might not remember, and then you can say, oh yeah, you were there.
You were there. 2-2 on Helton. 1 out. Cargo at second base. Bottom of your screen. Pick plays on, and Gonzalez gets back. George, you just time that out, count in your head, 1 1,000, 2 1,000.
Just look back. When I see a glove, that's one way. The other thing is I watch a catcher. A lot of times when he drops the glove, you spin and he better be there. You know, the catcher, the old drop glove thing, I mean, that's exactly what it is. He just drops. As soon as you see him collapse the glove, you're snapping and throwing to second base. This day and age, sometimes it may just be a look down to the mask when the guy moves, and then you go. But typically, Jeff, as a base runner, and I've watched this for a number of years, after you do a pick, typically the very next pitch, you don't look back, you come set and go. And it's a time you could get a little bigger lead.
Yeah, and I think Carlos would take off if Todd wasn't up there, but it allows Miguel Montero, the catcher, to make an easier throw to third base. If it was a right-handed hitter, I'm with you, George. I think he would have taken off.
Here's the 3-2. And Helton waits that pitch. Guys, remember at the start of spring training, we get a lot of news on Arizona with the Rockies and Diamondbacks sharing the complex. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Joe Saunders, who came over in the Dan Herron trade, was going to pitch opening day. Well, he had a miserable spring, and the latter part of the spring, Kirk Gibson announced, you know, it's going to be Ian Kennedy who's going to start opening day. Saunders pushed back to the 3-hole.
Well, it does surprise me a little bit with everything that went on. You see now, look where they're working Helton. Everything side to side, a couple in the middle, more breaking balls there than there is anything else on the fourth strike zone.
That's a good decision by Parra.
Uh-oh, he called him out. It's fan interference.
No way.
Yeah, he sure did. Left third base umpire Bill Wilkie is going to call him out.
He's not going to catch that.
He's not going to catch
that
ball.
He's bailing out to save his body.
When a guy goes into a slide, there's no way you're going to assume that he's going to catch that ball. No way.
That's terrible.
That's a bad call. Jim might get tossed here.
That's an enormous play. I mean, Helton's got a 3-2 count. He's battling away. Now there's 2 outs with Ty Wigginton coming up.
I think Bill Wilkie will look at that one after the ball game and said, I made a mistake.
Wigginton, a line single to center his last time up. 4-3 Arizona here in the 5th. And Wigginton hits it in the air to right center field. Chris Young makes the catch, and Gonzalez is left at second base as we go to the 6th inning. The difference in this ball game right now, Arizona leading 4-3. Ubaldo Jimenez will face Juan Miranda, Melvin Mora, and Miguel Montero. And welcome to the Toyota top of the 6th inning, where you can text us all of your comments about what you hope happens in 2011. Rockies going to have a great season. Go Rockies. And a soldier from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. We're leaving to see the Rockies back in play. What are the chances in the West? I think the chances are very good. Now you got to go capture the West with the defending world champs in the division, still with that great pitching staff. This is a very good division. Thanks for watching from New York in the Big Apple. That's pulled foul by Miranda, and it broke the bat. Ubaldo Jimenez, if you count his cutter, has 7 pitches. He's got the 2 and 4 seam fastball. He's got curveball, slider. He's got split. He's got straight change. He's got a cutter. And he's had to utilize all of his arsenal today because the one missing element that he normally has is that high 90s fastball, typically a high 90s 2-seam fastball.
Well, that and the fact he'd take it and ride it up out of the strike zone a little bit too. I mean, he can, you know what I'm saying? He'd get up above the bat on the left-hander, he'd get in on a right-hander, and he wasn't able to do that. That's why the home run happened.
2 strikes on Miranda. 1 walk allowed by Jimenez. 4 runs, 6 hits. He has not struck out of that. I was going to say till now.
That was a pretty good pitch.
Much, yeah.
By the way, I saw one of the Texans go by. Did the Rockies sign Charlie Black? And when he was signed, a 2nd-round draft pick. Michelio, the big right-hander, down and warming up for the Diamondbacks. He's going to perform in AAA this year. Started at Tulsa a year ago.
One and 2 the count. Yeah, best wishes to Clint Barmas and Brad Hopp.
Yeah, Barmas broke his hand last week, a week ago Friday actually. He's going to be out 4 to 6. Hop yesterday in uniform playing first base for the San Diego Padres.
And nice to see the small ball tactics in the first couple of innings pay off for the Rockies. Swung on and missed. There is the first strikeout as Miranda is sent back to the dugout. One gone. That'll bring up Melvin Mora.
Yeah, very good pitch on the youngster right here. Good sinking fastball down and away in the outside part of the plate. See a rotation on the ultra slow-mo and then just right out over the top. He appeared to be on it the whole way and it didn't happen.
So that's a fastball right there. That's 87. 0-1. You get so caught up in the gun, but with Ubaldo, you're so used to high 90s. That's right under the glove of Ty Wigginton. And on the error, Melvin Moore at first base.
It sure did. I mean, this ball shot right underneath the glove, was going to backhand it, got his hands in a position in his body. Watch how he's going to turn, rotate for the backhand, and the ball is scooted under, and then he was not able to make a safe catch on the ball. So now you've got an out and a runner at first base. This guy scares me. We say this every time he comes up with Montero. He can really swing the bat.
Well, last year he missed half the season. He had knee surgery in the first half. One strike count on Miguel Montero. 27-year-old from Caracas, Venezuela.
He's kind of a tough guy to pitch to right now in this situation because you want the ground ball double play and you want to, most of the time that ball has to be down, but he's such a good low ball hitter.
Joyous occasion, opening day at 20th and Blake. 2-1, towering fly ball to deep right center field, and this one is going to get out of here as well. A 2-run shot for Miguel Montero, and it's 6-3 Arizona. That's exactly what we were talking about. That kid can hit him a long way. So now in the ball game, 7 hits allowed by Ubaldo, 4 doubles and 2 home runs. Willie Bloomquist has the only single.
Yeah, that's the surprising thing to me. It's been down the line and in gaps, and then now this big, long, high fly ball from Montero. I did not think this ball was going to get out of the ballpark. It got a little farther than I thought. It got into that first row above the bullpen before it came back down. Let's see how things started to scatter out through this game for Ubaldo. The 5th very long with 24. In the 2nd, he's been around the average in every other inning. 88 right now in the game.
And he is due up next inning. 3rd. And now with the Rockies down by 3, you're going to get action all of a sudden in the Rockies pen. Ubaldo again was pretty much cruising along. It was a 3-1 ball game going to the 5th. And now he's giving up the long ball, something he rarely does. I mean, he went forever without giving up multiple home runs in a game till the latter part of last season, the ball game where he gave up a couple of home runs. And now on opening day, he's given up 2 long balls.
Matt Reynolds was the left-hander warming up, and they switched to Franklin Morales after the home run. Now Paulino, the right-hander, is still going.
The only time Ubaldo gave up 2 home runs in a game last year was September 22nd. He gave up only 10 all year. George mentioned that earlier. That's one of the best marks in baseball. And this ball is hit shallow right. Smith will make the play. 2 outs. I like this. Rocky's going to be sick this year. That's one of
it's a new term, right?
Yeah, that's Ian Stewart's favorite term. Now you hear it all the time from the players. Got that T-shirts made up a year or 2 ago that said "sick" on it. Yeah, we saw him throughout the spring, and again, in the spring, you're getting ready for the season. But there were games, Jeff and George, we'd see him, touch the mid-90s. I've never seen him consistently work, 88 to 92 in a ball game. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Well, and really, no, I haven't. And really, the big key, well, when he was 16 in the Dominican, but I think the big key to this whole thing is. Today, I haven't seen a consistent curveball or slider. So when you don't have that good fastball, the other things have to be in place. And when I'm saying, it's not necessarily a bad curveball. It's just not a consistent curveball you're used to seeing out of him.
And the 2-2 is hit on the ground to Helt. That'll do it in the 6th inning. But a 2-run home run from Miguel Montero extends Arizona's lead. They're up 6-3. Six to 3. And our AT&T trivia question: who are the 6 Colorado pitchers to have multiple opening day starts? Well, Ubaldo we gave you. Kevin Ritz is on that list. Mike Hampton, the late Darryl Kyle. Mike Hampton just retired. Jason Jennings, Aaron Cook, who's here in the ballpark. He's just beginning to throw. 6-3 Arizona. It'll be Jose Lopez, Chris Iannetta, and in all likelihood a pinch hitter as we check in with Alana Rizzo.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Jose Lopez, this is his first year outside of the Seattle Mariners organization. The Rockies are very excited to see him here at Coors Field, to see how he hits in this ballpark. He came from Seattle, as I mentioned, certainly a pitcher's ballpark, and he's just as excited to be here. He told me earlier this morning he's so happy to be on a team that is constantly fighting, extremely competitive, and also always has a packed house. Very excited to be in a Rockies uniform, as you might imagine. He's told me today it's very important to get off to a good start, guys.
This ball is launched to deep left field. That's not a bad start. About 18 rows up. We thought he went deep earlier in the ball game.
It's 6-4 as Lopez trots around the bases.
He's hit the ball hard 3 times. That's the third one this time, and as it bats, I mean, the line drive to left, deep left, and then center field. Now all of a sudden he comes up and he got a ball in that inner half, and he just made him pay for it with one big swing and cut it to 2 runs. 93rd pitch from Kennedy ended up a souvenir.
That was a short, compact swing, too.
Well, George is right. He lined to center field, got robbed of a hit by Chris Young. And then his last time up, we thought he hit it out, and he hit it to the warning track at the 390 mark in left center. And this one, no doubt about it.
There was no doubt about it at all. That ball just right in the where the guys just love to turn on.
And Lopez has pop. 2 years ago, he had 25 home runs, drove in 96. We were doing a joint feed, fellas, with Seattle last week, and Mike Blowers, a good friend, he's a former teammate of Jeff Houston's, was saying he thinks one of the things that affected Lopez last year is once Griffey retired, all of a sudden they asked him to hit in the 3-hole, and that was asking a lot of him.
He just got pull happy. He quit using the whole part of the baseball. I mean, the ballpark. Gutierrez, the right-hander, throwing down in the bullpen now for the Diamondbacks, a guy they will use on the plus side of things, and they're there right now, 6-4.
Jose Lopez, the Rockies' first home run of 2011. 2-1 count on Iannetta. A walk and a double for Chris. Called a strike by Tim Cheetah, 2-2. His double nearly went out of the ballpark to left center. And this is where Kennedy does not like to give in. Ian Stewart's in the on-deck circle. He may go off speed here, 3-2. He didn't, and the ball's roped to left, and Parra makes a great catch. You can't hit it harder than that, Jeff.
No, and that's all you can do as a hitter. Right? It just frustrates the heck out of you, though, as everybody's clapping your hand and saying, oh, way to swing the bat. But this is what you do. You want to try to square up every ball. The ball will fall eventually. But Chris Iannetta, to me, has had some very, very good at-bats. Walked in the first, doubled in the fourth, now lined out here in the 6th inning.
So Ian Stewart expects to get the bulk of the playing time at third, coming off the bench on opening day. He, of course, at La Quinta High School in Orange County in Southern California, played with Ian Kennedy. He has hit a home run in his career against his former high school teammate. Stewart batting for Jimenez. 1 out. Stewart kind of tweaked his hamstring a couple of days ago, so he remained in Scottsdale when Salt River Field's a talking stick. He had about a dozen at bats while the Rockies were in Tulsa in a minor league game, hit a couple of home runs, actually had 8. And then he played in the minor league game again yesterday, 4 more at bats, testing out that hamstring. And he was cleared to play, but he got here last night and he was on a field a lot the last 2 days. So I think Jim Tracy, especially the luxury of having Ty Wigginton, said, you know what, he's going to come off the bench today. This ball pulled foul. He kind of, Huey, jammed or crammed his spring training into 2 weeks because of that knee injury.
Yeah, you don't like to do that. You'd like to space it out just a little bit more, but that happens sometimes, and that's nothing Ian Stewart could do. All of a sudden he had that thing down in left field, and that's what he had to do, and you just deal with it.
Well, Kennedy gets the better of his high school teammate there. Second strikeout for Ian Kennedy. And with 2 outs, Dexter Fowler will come up. Rockies trying to have a winning April, something that has eluded them too frequently throughout their first 18 years. We've had only one winning April the last 7 years, 4 in the last 15 years. One and one. They believe a couple of factors are in their favor this April. One, they have a really good team. Two, not having to take all those bus trips from Tucson to the Phoenix area. That's a strike. The team will be fresher. They got more work in on the field. And the third thing is, of the 27 games, folks, in April, there's only 3 against a team that finished above 500 last year. That's against the Giants, the defending world champs. And that set of 3 comes here at Coors Field.
All right, 189 and 221 in the month of April in the history of this ballpark. In the history of April, I should say, not just this park, but on the road also. Just really signifies how much you need to get off to a great start. Because in this division, even though the Padres faltered at the end last year, the Giants kind of stayed even keel all the way through, and then when they got a chance to jump through the hoop, they did it.
Here's the 2-2. Strike 3, backdoor breaking ball. And after giving up the home run to Lopez to begin the inning, and a screaming line drive by Iannetta, a couple of strikeouts, 6-4 as we go to the 7th. And Kennedy in Arizona leading. Game. Rockies got off to a good start. They manufactured runs in each of the first couple of innings. Oh, but first the introductions. Jim Tracy, Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton hearing it from the crowd of more than 50,000. In the 5th inning with the Rockies ahead 3-1. Justin Upton hit a 3-run home run. And then Miguel Montero the next inning a 2-run home run off Ubaldo Jimenez. Jose Lopez has hit a home run to make it 6-4. New pitcher for the Rockies is Felipe Paulino, who came in the Clint Barmas trade. Hard thrower.
Well, you know what? As a starter, really struggled. I mean, let's be honest about it. At the major league level, 6-21, earned run average near 6. Has nothing to do with stuff. I mean, his stuff up to the mid-90s, sometimes as high as 97, 98. Good slider mix, go with it, change up. But now when the Rockies got him, they thought the perfect fit would be the bullpen, a one-inning type exposure. And a year ago is a season you'd like to forget about. 1-9 overall. But since he went to the bullpen, I mean, it's like one inning of nothing but gas. Let's see what you can do. He's relieved 13 times at the major league level. The Rockies feel like this is a guy, and this is an important part of the bullpen as much as anything. Maintain the 6-4. Don't let it get 7-4, 8-4.
Well, Willie Bloomquist has unloaded a ball to the gap in right center field. And he's thinking about 3 right now. Tulowitzki's throw to third is in time, out at third. Wigginton holding on to the baseball. Beautiful throw on the relay from Troy Tulowitzki. 8-6-5 to cut down Bloomquist.
Glenn Sherlock said normally bullpen coach is at third base today because of Matt Williams' broken ankle. But you know what? The throw by Tulowitzki's right on the money. You practice this stuff fundamentally. But, Jeff, I'm really wondering, did Bloomquist even try to pick the guy up at third base, his coach, or does this all on his own to try to force this issue?
Yeah, but if it was on his own, it's the wrong mistake to make because the ball's in front of you. He doesn't. This is all on him. You don't make the first or third out at third base, especially this late in the ball game. That's just bad base running, but a great relay, though. Let's not take anything away from Dexter Fowler and Troy Tulowitzki, what they were able to do.
1 out unconventionally with Kelly Johnson at the plate, and that misses down. It's 2-0. Here's the line on Ubaldo Jimenez. He goes 6 innings. He allows 6 runs, 5 earned, 7 hits. 6 of the hits were extra base hits. He gave up 2 home runs. So unusual. He walked 1. He struck out only 1, and he hit a batter. And this is sharply hit for a base hit up the middle. If your windshield has issues, as we like to say, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Hughes, and Alana Rizzo. Welcome to Root Sports. Welcome to our coverage of Rockies baseball 2011. Rockies will need a late inning comeback here on opening day, trailing 6-4. Justin Upton, one of the reasons the Rockies are trailing. In the 5th inning, he came up with 2 outs and 2 on, George, and he got a fastball down and in. Not your typical high 90s fastball from Ubaldo.
I think that's the key to it, Drew. Just what you just said. Not a high 90 fastball. It was more of a ball in the middle half that was around that 88-91 range, and it was pretty straight, and he was allowed to turn on it. Where in the past, if that's 94, 95, you're going to chew up some lumber, swing and miss it. You're not going to be able to do what they did to Ubaldo today. And when you were reading that line score, I was just sitting there thinking in my mind, you will not read that type of line score with Ubaldo very often.
Just 1 strikeout. Not a lot of swings and misses. A lot of secondary pitches. And I'm sure Ubaldo after it will say, you know, his arm, he just didn't feel like he had, the good fastball, which he almost always has. 0-2 on Justin Upton. It's funny, Jeff, in the early innings, you thought that you're just watching, okay, Ubaldo's showing his maturity. He's only going to go get the high 90s fastball when he needs it. He's going to stay in the strike zone and work ahead of hitters. But when he wanted to dial it up, you saw 94 a little bit. This is a nice pickup by Lopez, double play. There were question marks coming in about Jose Lopez playing second base. He has made 2 outstanding plays this afternoon. None finer than that. You want fancy? It's time for the Home Depot doing more on defense. And last inning, this is doing a lot more on defense. Lopez behind the back, and then the 360, don't forget, from Troy Tulowitzki. And there's a guy who can run who hit the baseball, and Justin Upton. And it's not close at first base. Home Depot doing more on defense. Now the Rockies need the Home Depot doing more on offense. Down 6-4, it'll be Seth Smith, Carlos Gonzalez, and Troy Tulowitzki against Juan Gutierrez. Hey, George, you know what? It's good to throw Cracker Jacks again.
Yeah, it is. Still trying to hit the scouts down there. They're all hungry. They don't get to leave the game.
There's a little guy down there I want to try to reach. You just missed him, Georgie. And you just threw the ball in the Cracker Jacks in the tunnel there.
He's walking out. It gets up for him, D. Why not, huh?
Yeah.
All these people down here. You got a guy going in the middle down here. You got to hit him, don't you? Huh?
A great crowd.
Oh, beautiful crowd. Now let's just turn around and get a win here and make it a lot happier crowd. How about that?
Well, Juan Gutierrez last year was pretty good in the second half. He was awful in the first half, and he gave up a great number of home runs for a while. He's got a terrific arm. The bullpen as a whole for the Diamondbacks, first thing Kevin Towers did when he came in is blow it up and start over. They had one of the highest ERAs out of a bullpen in the history of Major League Baseball. Their bullpen ERA was close to 6 last year. It was a full run higher than the next worst bullpen.
Well, the one thing that happened to Gutierrez, when he went down to the bullpen, he was trying to make adjustments out of the starting side of things. But what he did was he jumped from 89-92 to all of a sudden, you see him in August, October 12th. This is talking about their bullpen. His velocity jumped. It went to 95-96. That last pitch at 95. But the key, you can throw it 185 miles an hour, Jeff, but if you can't throw a strike, it's worthless.
I mean, big league hitters will just sit there and wait you out. We get away with that stuff down in the minor leagues, AA, maybe even AAA, but not at the big league level.
Ian Kennedy's on the plus side. He goes 6 innings. He allows 4 runs. All of them earned 6 hits, walked 3, struck out 3. And that's called a strike. So it's 2-2 on Smith. Seth a double in 3 trips. And a tough pitch by Gutierrez, and Smith is gone.
Jeff, how tough is it right now as that sun starts to settle down back there, and you got light towers, you got the stands, all of this going on the mound and the hitters in sunlight?
You know what, the thing I always thought too is the pitcher was really in the advantage when he was in the shade, because I couldn't pick up the ball out of his hand. If it was sunlight, I could try to get that early read out of it, and if I was in the shadows and he was in the sun. But this way, it's really tough because the first 10 or 15 feet when you see everything.
Another hit for Gonzalez, his second of the ball game. So Carr goes 2 for 4, and the Rockies will bring the tying run to the plate. Troy Tulowitzki here with 1 out in the 7th. Time for a rally. You can just see Cargo's approach there, Jeff. It was much more to his liking as opposed to having to think, man, is he going to throw me 3 straight changeups? He knew Gutierrez. His MO is to come after you.
Well, and that's playing right into Carlos's hand, too, because he likes to fire at the first few pitches.
He hit 380 on fastballs last year, did Carlos Gonzalez, one of the top marks in all of baseball. Cargo at first. Tulowitzki is 0 for 2 and a walk.
Well, you get it done here, then if you can tie things up or get close into this ball game, this same part of the lineup's got a chance to flip back again in the 9th inning.
Yeah, that's an astute observation, George.
Well,
you're right.
I mean, that's what Jim Tracy's thinking in his mind, because he's looking for his spot to pop Giambi. Maybe even if they go to Patterson, the lone left-hander, to come in and face Todd Helton. Not that he would pinch hit for Helton, but for a left-hander in the lineup, he might look to go to Spielborgs at that point. But this is where he's figuring his lineup out and how it's going to flip and work as you get to the 8th and 9th inning, but more importantly, the 9th to win this thing.
One and 1. And here's a little footnote on that much maligned bullpen. Jim Tracy knows the only lefty down there is the aforementioned Patterson, who, when he does take the hill at some point for Arizona, will be making his major league debut.
That's nothing unusual. This ball got a little on. Yep, it'll get out of play. But this is not something unusual if you think back to Kevin Towers' days in San Diego. He never had a lot of left-handers in his bullpen, but what he did have was some power arms and the ability to throw the slider for strikes and work left-handers. Former manager Alan Trammell is the bench coach right to the right of Kirk Gibson, who you were looking at there in the Arizona dugout.
Almost threw that to the backstop. And Miguel Montero will go out and chat with Juan Gutierrez. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. See a Wells Fargo banker today for details. Rockies got 2 in the first. They got a run in the second. 3-1 at that point. And Ubaldo gave up a 3-run home run in the 5th to Upton, a 2-run shot to Montero in the 6th. This ball's driven to left field. Parra on the move, gets there.
How many balls he had? We had those Adam balls today, Jeff, to left field. Parra has made, I know, 3 line drive catches so far today.
Yeah, Lionetta had one last inning. Now the Troy to the wicket. You can't hit the ball any harder than he just hit that ball right there.
Well, I've starred 4 now that Parra has come up with, and there was a 5th. Remember this play, George, the fly ball off Todd's bat down the left field line that a fan interfered with that Parra wasn't going to catch, and it was called fan interference.
But if Parra's not there, they wouldn't have called fan interference. So
yeah,
he did play a role in it. At least he was apparently under the ball and sliding when they did call him out. I did say apparently.
Sliding.
Yeah, here we go. Let's look at it one more time. Here he comes over to the ball, starts slow down, and man, that's a raw deal. I'm sorry, Bill Wilkie. Normally I like you, but dude, that's a bad call.
Yeah, I mean, he gave up on it. It was self-preservation mode. He didn't want to run into the stands. Todd, ground ball up the middle, is going to get through for a knock. Gonzalez will shut it down at second. 2 aboard for Ty Wigginton with 2 outs. And why that play was so big is Gonzalez had led the inning off with a double. There was 1 out. You have Helton with a 3-2 count at the plate. And so then you get the 2nd out, and now you needed a 2-out knock from Wigginton. It didn't happen.
Right, absolutely right. I mean, that was just, to me, kind of one of those game changers, you know, that you look at there. You don't know that Helton would have got a hit, but you're feeling pretty good about it.
Well, how about Todd Helton? 12-game opening day hit streak now.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. This is his 14th straight opening day start. Second only to Chipper Jones. Wigginton takes a strike. Ty this afternoon, a single. And into a fielder's choice. With a line drive to center field as well. 1 for 3. Aaron Heilman, who was competing for the number 5 spot in their rotation throughout the spring. That job was won by Armando Galarraga, the former Tiger, who threw the not perfect game last year. So Heilman now in the bullpen. And Wigginton saw a good slider there. It's 0-2. That buckled his knees.
Jeff, harder to recognize the spin on the ball, obviously, in this shadow.
Yes, most definitely, because that's when you see it out of the hand. You're trying to pick up that red dot that you hear about, and that's the tight rotation on the baseball.
And swung on and missed. Montero's got to get the out at first. He throws it down the right field line. Gonzalez will score. Helton to third. Wigginton to second. That is why you always run hard. You never know.
What happened to Montero when he went out is cleats hooked, and he went down, and that caused the bad throw to first. Well, the gate opened now, let it really fly open on him.
That's a great call, George, because just watching it down here by the dugout, you could see him just as soon as he went to throw, he lost his balance.
Yeah,
you're thinking, okay, it's over. The inning's over.
Yeah, right here as he goes out, it's right there. See how his feet kind of got underneath of him? He had a funny walk deal on it. And when he did, he just zipped it. Miranda had no shot over there whatsoever. Man, oh man, I tell you what, this guy, you talk about game changers, this is one right here. Look at his footwork. It like stumbled, and he fires one into the dirt. I think Miranda wasn't even ready for it. He didn't take it off the chest, block it, or anything.
Jose Lopez, who has hit it on the screws all 3 times. Lopez in his last at bat hit one about 18-20 rows up to left. He nearly hit a home run his prior at bat, and he was robbed of a hit on a line shot to center field back in the 2nd inning by Chris Young. 2 in scoring position. 1-2 on Lopez in a 6-5 ball game. Time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Jose Lopez, no stranger to the long ball from his days in Seattle. He knew he got it. He'll take one right here that goes about 250 feet short of that. Go ahead run at 2nd in Wigginton. And a bouncing ball slowly hit the 3rd. Tough chance. Wild throw. We're all tied. Miranda had to come off the bag to grab Mora's throw. Tied at 6 with a whole lot of help from Arizona, who did not field the ball well down in spring training, Jeff Houston.
Well, and that's why they lost so many games last year, and you could see what's happening here. You should have been out of the inning with the 2-run lead. Instead, the ball game is all tied up now, and Kirk Gibson has to talk over with his pitching coach, Charles Nagy, saying, well, what's going on? Well, that was just a swing and bunt and a lot of hustle.
Amazing that this club fell apart this easily when balls are not being hit very hard. Mora on this throw really high, and Miranda just can't handle anything, and it's a beautiful thing. I mean, now you're tied up 6-6.
It looked like from that angle, even with the good throw, Jose's going to be safe.
And because of that, he was awarded an infield hit. He gets an RBI. Charles Nagy done with his conversation. It is 6-6. 1st and 3rd. Chris Iannetta, who has also hit the ball very hard in the game, is at the plate. They're the baseball gods for you, fellas. The one ball Lopez doesn't square up, he ties up the baseball game.
Well, patterns have been a part of this. Let's look for a pattern from Gutierrez if he goes slider first pitch. He has on the right-handers Wigginton and Lopez, and does it here with Iannetta too.
Good call, George.
And all of a sudden, down here with the fans, they've gotten back into this ball game. The energy level's cranked up a lot down here.
Chris fouls this one off. It's 0-2. Johnny Herrera is in the on-deck circle. With the ball game tied, Jeff, you may see Johnny, regardless of the outcome of this at bat.
Well, maybe in a double switch.
Yep.
Because now you're looking at Rafael Betancourt coming into the ball game.
1-2. Rockies played more one-run games than any team in baseball last year, 58 of them. Unfortunately, they were 2 games under 500, 28-30. They're in another tight ball game as Iannetta keeps the AB going.
Well, and the good thing, too, is you get Ubaldo off the hook. He's not on the hook for the loss anymore.
You bet. Betancourt, as Jeff mentioned, and Matt Reynolds on the left side. Oh boy, that was close. 2-2. turned into a 25-pitch inning for Gutierrez.
Check the forward strike zone. It'll give you the answer. See that ball inside, almost back-up slider. He spun off of it with his front side, never stayed on line. Did give it a chance to stay in the zone.
Runner going and nobody covering. Montero bluffed. And now Lopez is in scoring position if Iannetta were to throw out a knock here.
And Alan Trammell, who runs the running game, probably thinking in his mind, why run the gamble to throw it through into center field, have the run score, the winning run's at third. I understand you expand it, but just get the out.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. Gutierrez strikes out Iannetta on a slider. The Rockies get 2, and they've evened things up at 6 as we go to the 8th.
Of the 6th inning, and we are top of the 8th inning, we are tied at 6 with my buddy George here just hanging out. It gives me an opportunity to talk about Jose Morales, which will likely not get into the game today, but again, we're introducing you to some of the new faces here for the Colorado Rockies. Now, again, Morales backed up Joe Mauer in the Minnesota Twins organization, so as you might imagine, didn't get a lot of playing time, and he understands that Chris Iannetta is the starting catcher here for the Rockies. But what he told me this morning about coming to this organization was that from day one, this team felt like a family to him. He kind of likened it to starting at a new school and not knowing anybody, but for your classmates to kind of embrace you. He said that's exactly what the Colorado Rockies did. He said it's a dream come true to be able to play here and possibly get some significant playing time, but more than anything, a family atmosphere, as we've heard time and time again about this team. The chemistry you guys were talking about with Governor Hickenlooper in the 4th inning, that's exactly how Jose Morales feels, guys.
All right, Alana, thanks very much. And Morales, you'll see him, can swing the bat, especially from the left side. Right now, you'll see Rafael Betancourt in a 6-6 ball game. Top of the 8th inning, Chris Young, Juan Miranda, Melvin Mora due for Arizona. Last year, Betancourt, those are really good numbers. But the numbers that I just can't get over, 89 strikeouts, 8 walks, 2 of them were intentional.
The Rockies had 2 guys in their bullpen. Belisle and Betancourt had the 2 best command guys coming out of bullpen in all of baseball a year ago, and that's why they were so successful.
Another, of course, Matt Belisle that George is referencing. So much conversation a year ago about the fact that Houston Street got hurt during spring training and missed more than 2 months of baseball. Well, if you recall, Rafael Betancourt wasn't healthy coming out of spring training last year.
Wasn't right for about the first 45 days of the season.
Former Indian Rafael Betancourt. Here's the 1-1. There's Houston. Street felt like he went too hard too early last spring. He kind of gradually went about his business this spring, and he finished strong. Neto moved to the outside corner, 1-2. That's typically where Betancourt works.
This ball has a little natural cut to it, so it's going to run away from the left-handers. It's not as big a cutters as Mariano Rivera with the Yankees, but it's kind of the same principle of what he pitches with here for the Rockies.
Three and two. Rafael had a season like last year back in 07 with Cleveland. 5-1 record, 1.47 ERA. George in 79 to 30, struck out 80, and he walked only 9 that year.
Healthy, yeah. Well, he's 100% healthy, and he scuffled a little bit, but he wasn't healthy when he was out trying to get people out. So that was a big thing for him.
And there's the strikeout on a 3-2 pitch of Chris Young. That's a big out right there, Jeff.
Well, and you keep a guy with speed. That's the other thing off the bases. If somehow he gets on with the higher leg kick from Betancourt, he might try to steal second base. But no worries, because he kind of changed up the pattern a little bit, got a little sink on that fastball down and in. Chris Young had to have been looking away after every pitch that Betancourt threw away, and that's really his style, is to stay away, make you beat you trying to hit it out to right field if you're a right-handed hitter.
Juan Miranda, 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. Native of Cuba. Ground ball toward the hole and a knock for Miranda. He makes his home now in the Dominican Republic. Many of the Cuban defectors have done that. They'll establish residency in the Dominican. One out, one on. Melvin Mora at the plate. Melvin's 0 for 3. Reached on an error in the 6th inning and scored on the 2-run home run by Miguel Montero. The error was on Ty Wigginton. It's opening day for your lawn. You knew that, right? Visit your local Lowe's for savings and a free MLB fan guide, compliments of Scott's. Cheetah letting everybody know it's strike one, 0-1. Diamondbacks a year ago, the second worst road ball club in the National League to the Pirates. Arizona went 25-56 last year away from Phoenix. Six runs, 9 hits, and an error for Colorado. 6 runs, 10 hits, and a pair of errors for Arizona. We're in the 8th, 1 out. Tulowitzki and Lopez set for two up the middle. And this is a double play ball. Nice job, Rafael Betancourt. He said that a bunch of times over the last year and change. The eighth inning, time for our Ecotech game summary. Well, the Rockies had a 3-1 lead and then a couple of long balls against Ubaldo Jimenez, something you almost never see. Gave Arizona a 6-3 lead. The Rockies have come back with a run in the sixth, two in the seventh. Arizona's played sloppy baseball. The Rockies have taken advantage. Colorado has a home run from Jose Lopez in his Rockies debut, and the big man's at the plate against Aaron Heilman.
Yeah, you like the matchup here. 70 games a year ago for Heilman, a 5-8 overall record. Taking on Jason Giambi. Giambi in his career has not hit him well, 0 for 5, so he's due.
And if you're wondering why Jim Tracy's going to play the Giambi card here, leading off an inning, it's because George talked about your lineup flips over and you're not going to pinch hit for anybody up there, so you don't want a tight game to go by if you're Tracy and not have Giambi with a chance to swing the bat.
Well, you plan it out how you want to try to work it, where he make his biggest impact of the game. This is it. One swing, win it if he hits the ball out of the ballpark.
2-2. You also have the luxury, if he reaches, of inserting maybe a Johnny Herrera. You could also run Esmil Rogers, who's a good athlete.
That's who I'd run right there, Drew, if you have the chance.
Not to burn the extra player. Yeah, it's a moot point as Heilman strikes out Giambi.
A lot of fade. Really turned this ball over on a changeup. Watch right there. It's going to appear to be the fastball on the corner. Then because of the dive and the way he sold it with his arm action, totally fooled Giambi.
Dexter 1 for 3 and a walk. Well, we saw Toyota talk at the top of the sixth inning. A chance for you folks to text in, and you can do it throughout the postgame show. Text Toyota followed by a space and then your thoughts on this afternoon's ball game to 720-720. Mora still in on the grass, and that catches the corner. It's now an 0-2 hole for Dexter Fowler. So Toyota talk throughout the postgame show.
Well, talk about the ball game, maybe the way it was managed, maybe the way some thoughts maybe you might have about a player. Ubaldo, a rough day today, but swipe this one away and look for the next one.
We're out of 49,274. 2-2. Seth Smith on deck. That's a pitch that gave him problems a year ago, Jeff, especially in the first half.
Well, and the other thing Heilman's been able to do is paint both sides of the plate. He's been able to come inside, work away. We saw him strike out Giambi. That in the fourth strike zone, just kind of showing everything dotted across, but everything is down low by the knees.
One thing that trying to be a starter at the start of spring training, Heilman wanted that opportunity. They gave it to him. It allowed him to work on the changeup, something he could use to left-handers. Now, that fastball he threw into Dexter, it was just painted at 91. But it allowed him time to try to develop a third pitch.
Smith doubled in a run in the first frame. 2 outs, nobody on. 1-1.
You can just see the way the guys are taking pitches right now. They're just not really picking it up at all because of the shadows that we've talked about.
Smith's last at bat against Gutierrez, I know he didn't see it because of the swing was kind of just a, I hope I make contact type swing so I can foul it off, do something, because he did not pick up the baseball at all.
This ball is roped to right. He saw that. And that will get Cargo to the plate. Carlos Gonzalez, a ground ball to second to move a runner. A flare to short. A double down the right field line and a sharp single. Last inning. He's 2 for 4.
And in his career, 2 for 4 against Heilman, and in Tulowitzki in the on-deck circles, 2 for 10.
The outfield with 2 outs. Gonzalez at the plate, trying to prevent the run from scoring. They're exceptionally deep.
In late games, obviously, you don't want that ball to get over your head, so you're going to back it up 10 to 12 feet. Try to give you a better angle into a gap to throw out the winning run, not let the ball get over your head, obviously, for a winning run or to drive in the winning run.
Just looking at Gerardo Parra out in left field. He's more in left center field. And they completely given him the left field area.
Here's the 1-0. Snap throw, don't get picked off.
Well, the only thing that allowed them to be able to do that is with the lefty up and holding the runner on. Miranda did not get very far off the bag. So you can make these snap throws. Look at that. That's just one step because you don't want any doubles to go past you down the line.
Here's the 2-0. And that was a home run hack. 2-1. So we're standing around the batting cage yesterday, and Todd Helton walks up, unsolicited, the Rockies workout. And he said, Carlos Gonzalez hits the ball harder than anybody I've ever seen. And this is a guy that played with the big cat, Galarraga. He played with Bichette. He played with Larry Walker.
And all the guys that he's played against.
Right.
As well.
Two and two.
There's a spot also for Seth Smith to look for a ball in the dirt.
He just did get a piece of the baseball.
watching to see what that pitch is that he keeps throwing. I mean, it's really diving and running away from the left-handers. Nobody getting a solid swing on it except Seth Smith.
Boy, it's tough to see right now. They set up away again. Six game, bottom of 8. 2 outs, Smith at first. 3-2. So Smith will be off with the pitch. And now if you get one in a gap, even with the outfield playing so deep, it'll be a little more difficult to cut him down at the plate.
Miranda's also moved behind and playing halfway to try to give him a little bit more range over at first.
Yeah, he's playing so tight though, Jeff. I mean, he's not backing up. I don't know if I buy that.
There he goes.
And it's a ball in the gap, right center field. It is cut off by Upton, and Smith is held by Richie Dower, which is the right play. On the single by Cargo, he's got 3 hits here on opening day. Good start to defend your batting crown from a year ago. That'll bring up Tulowitzki.
Now, by pitching the gaps in the outfield, meaning they just gave up both lines to Gonzalez, it really gave them a chance to not allow this run to score. Otherwise, this ball's probably into the gap, and the Rockies got a 1-run lead. You also respect the arm of Upton in right field, even though he's overshot his cutoff man, which, quite honestly, Jeff, they weren't lined up right. And then they were able to catch the ball, and Miranda gets it in the middle of the field.
I kind of equate that to, I'm not quite sure which base I want to line up to, so I'll split the difference.
Don't you have to line up there for the plate,
Jeff?
You
have to, especially with the guy already with the running lead. You always have to throw one base ahead of where you think that runner's going to end up.
Well, somebody's got to cover second, and nobody was there. And if the ball's cut off by your first baseman, well, they just didn't do it. Tulowitzki 2 for 10 in his career against Heilman.
He takes a strike. Troy, a walk in the first, ground ball to second, pop to second, and a line drive to left. It was a bullet. Perfect time now for his first hit of 2011.
Kind of close to a balk. Carlos Gonzalez did the fake break over at first base. Heilman was just fortunate to step off the backside of the rubber.
Oh boy, that ball was a loud foul ball.
Change up on the inner half at 80 miles an hour, yet had the action of a sinker. As that ball ran back to the middle of him, see, if we can, we'll freeze this ball out into the middle, right as it gets into the home plate area, because it's coming right in here in this area. See how he's got so much velocity off of it, though, he couldn't stay back on it long enough to keep it in fair territory.
2-strike count. A show-me fastball, and it's 1-2. There was no intent for that pitch to be close to the zone.
Carlos has to be careful of a back pick between Miranda and the catcher Montero.
Right now, that run means nothing.
Well, I understand that, but I just was watching Montero kind of give the sign down to Miranda.
I was agreeing with you. I mean, that thing over there, let's worry about, you know, hey, let the guy at third get in, hand it to Street. Don't shut it down and have a tie.
Right.
And from Arizona's perspective, the way they've thrown the baseball around the diamond today, toss it back to the pitcher. Kirk Gibson looking on with Alan Trammell in a 6-6 game. 1-2 with 2 outs, runners at first and third. Cargo takes off, and he'll be allowed to swipe second. He's kind of worked himself back in the count. 2-2.
We can really see the shadows there from that third deck shot.
It gets by for a moment, but not far enough. Smith goes back, and Gonzalez had to be careful not to run up the back of Seth Smith there, Jeff.
Yeah, but he can go down pretty far because Montero's first thought is, okay, I got to make sure that this guy's not coming home, and then look towards third base. It just didn't kick far enough away. And he was fortunate. It went off his glove just a little bit and then hit off the foot. The fans thought had a chance, but no, he would have been out if he would have gone. And
you don't want to take the bat out of Tulowitzki's hands. You got to be sure you're scoring. 3-2 on Troy. Right man at the right time. Swung on and missed. And Heilman wins the battle with Tulowitzki. So the Rockies leave 2 in scoring position. We'll go to the 9th. Still even up at 6. For a Toyota post-game preview. Tommy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
Well.
We couldn't ask for much more on a day like this. How about No Way Jose? Jose Lopez with a tremendous defensive play. Huey-esque, I might say, plus a home run. Also, the old Yogi Berra saying, it ain't over till it's over. Rockies pick up a couple late runs to tie this up, and it's going to be another dramatic finish here at Coors Field. Of course, when it's all over, we'll get you down to the clubhouse. Drew?
All right, sounds like an outstanding first game plan, Tom, on the Toyota post-game show. Houston Street, even or ahead. When you're at home, you see the closer typically.
And the way you should here. If Street can just regain what he did in 09, a lot of 1, 2, 3 ninth inning situations, opportunities to get back right into the middle of a ball game. Last year appeared in 44 ball games, 20 out of 25 in save opportunities, 80%. You'd like to see that a little higher. 47 1/3 a year ago.
Time for our Excel Energy save of the game. This is a great relay to cut down Willie Bloomquist, who had a double leading off the inning, tried to stretch it to a triple. Fowler to Tulowitzki to Wigginton, 8-6-5. And otherwise, George, you got a leadoff man at third base, and at the time the Diamondbacks already had a 2-run lead.
Yeah, you feel a little bit better, huh? What is this thing with Montero, though?
Yeah, he's got a base hit the opposite way.
He was 3 for 4 prior to that at bat against Houston Street.
And 4 for 5.
Of course, when they go to their bench, the one guy they'll jump on with the right-hander, because you're not going to switch it out with Houston Street, will be Russell Brandon. Big power left-handed bat. And if you go another way with that, the other right-handed on that bat side of things would be Xavier Nady.
Though keep in mind this, yesterday, Kirk Gibson said that Stephen Drew's abdominal strain doesn't bother him much swinging the bat.
Don't get that.
I know you would think. I know you would think that's where it would bother him, but evidently it was more a defensive thing as opposed to an offensive thing, and you know, we shall see. Right now, it's Russell Branyan, the big man. Gerardo Parra at the plate. It's a pretty good bench now. It's a much improved bench for Arizona because the X-Man, Xavier Nady, has been a very productive right-handed bat in his career. Roberts has always hurt the Rockies. This ball's fouled off out of play. Branyan and typically Drew would be in the starting lineup. Of course, the fifth member is the backup catcher, former Rocky Henry Blanco. There's the closer, J.J. Putz, and the new eighth inning man, David Hernandez. He came in the Mark Reynolds deal. Hernandez, hard thrower. 0-2 on Parra. Straight with a good fastball. He typically is going to top out at maybe 93, occasionally, very occasionally 94. But when you see 92, the way he pinpoints, George, that's a good sign.
It's comfort zone, that 89-92 range where it has that heavy sink to the outside corner on left-handers. What it also tells me is he's elevating his elbow above about parallel with his shoulder, so it gives him a good downward plane. When you see less velocity, he's letting the elbow drop and he's pushing the ball.
Leadoff single for Miguel Montero. He's at first base, top of 9, tied at 6. Swung on and missed. A strikeout of Parra as he pulled the string there.
Yeah, the changeup is a pitch that Houston Street has tried to perfect the last couple of years and really spent a lot of time with it this spring. And this time he really takes advantage as this ball's going to dive down away from the left-handed bat. And they don't have a shot at it. Typical circle change type grip, and then you pronate or rotate to the inside so you see the reverse spin on the baseball creating the movement. A scary guy, Branyan, coming to the plate. He led everybody in the National League with 21 RBIs. He hit his way onto this roster in spring training.
Well, the wind has really picked up, though, now.
Coming into your face?
Into my face from basically from left field across towards the first baseline.
Branyan at the plate, takes ball 1. Branyan is one of the strongest men in baseball. He's kind of a feast or famine guy. Heads back to the dugout carrying his bat quite a bit, but he's done some trotting in his career also. Here's the 1-0. Last season, 25 home runs, never going to hit for a high average.
Just in 109 games, though.
What does that tell you?
Very impressive.
And this is one of those situations that he'll just turn it loose, too. 2-0 ahead in the count.
He's got a little lift in that swing. He's been around a while now. 35-year-old from Warner Robins, Georgia. Closing in on 10 years of service time. Last year, split time between Cleveland and Seattle. Swung on and missed. 2-2. There's a changeup. See, well, just as we predicted, mid-game nap, and he's focused here in the 9th inning. He's raring to go. This is what's got to happen.
He's looking around for all those things on the ground. All right, the Coke was there, the ice cream was there, popcorn, everything's over. Somebody can bring it all back. Where'd it go?
Oh, what a play from Chris.
That's a huge play. 3 and 2. Keeps the double play in order. Obviously keeps the go-ahead run from going to scoring position. Miguel Montero at first.
On the Ultra Mo, you're going to watch him rotate out with his body, cup the hand, and do it barehanded. That ball does not get by you in this situation.
3-2, George, you go change up?
Well, I mean, it's a great choice, but is that your first, second, or third best pitch? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Tremendous fastball pitcher, or hitter, but do you want, fastball and it's a ball, but do you want to get yourself into what you're into right now by throwing your third best pitch? Unfortunately, he threw a bread and butter pitch, fastball out of the zone. Now you got first and second. Yeah, this ball just did not stay in the zone. Look down here on the fourth strike zone. You can see the pattern used there. Trying to get above his bat, elevate to where he couldn't get on top of it.
Willie Bloomquist, the leadoff hitter this afternoon for Kirk Gibson, will step up. Bloomquist has swung the bat. He's 2 for 4. He also lined out to left. And Bloomquist is a plus runner, so the tougher guy to double up. That's a strike. And in his career, he's had success against Houston Street. 3 hits and 5 at bats. One out, 2 on. Shadows everywhere. And a weak fly ball to center field. Good pitch.
Very good pitch away because you got Bloomquist fooled on the velocity, got him out front, so it become a hand swing, and just can't generate a lot of power with it.
And now Kelly Johnson. Johnson also with a couple of hits, a single and a double today.
Everybody around that dugout area have not left. And obviously, they want to high five as much as the players do on a W.
Strike 1 on Kelly Johnson. Bottom of the 9th, the Rockies will have Helton, Wigginton, and Lopez. Oh, and 2.
Once again, Street goes back and dives that pitch down and away at 83 miles an hour. It appears against the left-handers today, the changeup has been his most effective pitch.
Here's the 0-2. And a little roller.
Oh, what a play.
What an athletic play by Houston Street. If that gets by him, Jeff, everybody's safe.
That's a base hit, but he was able to get it and then go step on first. Way to end the inning.
Yep, job well done. Houston Street, bottom of the 9th. The Rockies looking for just one on opening day.
Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. New Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Bottom of the 9th inning. Welcome to Root Sports, our debut today. Welcome to Rockies baseball. The Rockies and Diamondbacks tied at 6. And at the bottom of the 9th inning, looking for a single run. Colorado will begin with the ageless one, Todd Helton. And that sign has been out in the concourse area for years. Helton from David Hernandez takes strike one.
Hernandez came over this winter in that Mark Reynolds trade. He is a hard-throwing right-hander out of the bullpen. Runs it up to 95 miles an hour. Curveball changeup mix. He'll change speeds off of the curveball. But since going to the bullpen, his fastball jumped 89.92 to 92.96. You see that with a number of guys getting exposed just for an inning.
I get him. Close to Nick in the jersey. 1-2.
Well, you'll see it on the Ultramo, just how close this came to Todd Helton. He's able to stretch, turn the head, and try to get away from it. Just missed getting the rib cage.
And a ground ball toward the middle of the diamond, on through, base hit. Past a diving Willie Bloomquist. Well, let's see how Jim Tracy plays this. Yep, he's going to go and pull Todd Helton and get somebody with a little more wheels, and it will be Esmil Rogers. He's the number 5 starter, a very athletic kid. So Esmil will run for Helton. For Todd, his second hit of the ball game. He had a sac fly back in the first. Great start to 0-11 for Todd Helton.
Rogers, former middle infielder too, so it's not foreign to be on the base path.
Yeah, that's a great point, George. Ty Wigginton at the plate. And the bunt is laid down by Wigginton. One play, and that's to first. And you know what I liked about that, Jeff? He revealed really, really late.
And really, how many times would you think, especially coming from the American League, that Ty Wigginton has had that laid down a sacrifice bunt before? And he goes out there the very first time he's asked to do it here in a Colorado Rockies uniform. He shows early, he gets the bunt down, allows Ismael Rogers to get to second base, and now you're just playing that little small ball game that they talked about all spring training.
Well, Jose Lopez coming to the plate. He's already had a big day. He's hit the ball hard 3 times, including in the 6th inning, a home run to get the Rockies within 2 at 6-4. And he's played a terrific game defensively, which he's not as well known for. It's been his bat. Outfield has to shorten up a little bit. And this ball pulled to short, and Rogers got hung up.
Yeah, that's the inexperience there. And the gamble you run at times when you do make those kinds of substitutions.
So now 2 outs. Lopez at first, Iannetta coming up.
Yeah, too much extension. Ball out in front, obviously runner at second base. You're going to lock up, head back to the bag, just so that doesn't happen.
And you may be wondering at home, okay, why didn't Jim Tracy run Johnny Herrera out there? Well, Johnny's now in the on-deck circle, and you hope not to have to burn Herrera in that situation. It's part of having a real athletic team. It backfires there in that Rogers got hung up on a play where he's got to move back to the bag, a hard hit ball in front of him, Huey.
Well, the only question I would have, though, is Jonathan would probably have to go in the game anyway if you didn't win the game for defense.
Yeah, the way it sets up now, Lopez goes to third, Wigginton to first because Giambi's out of the lineup, and Johnny into second base.
And that would be my only reason for then go ahead and running Jonathan in that spot instead of running Ismael Rogers out there. Sure, you hope to win the game in the bottom of the ninth, but if not, he's still gonna be used.
2-0, and that's a foul ball. It's been a very good game one for Iannetta. He'd like to make it even better. He's 1 for 3, a double. He's walked and scored a run. He also hit a line drive to left. And Parra robbed him of a hit. Three and one.
Boy. Up and away where you like to extend, you know, and then all of a sudden you're able to drive that ball. You can see overhead that it is off of the plate.
Herrera's on deck, hoping for an opportunity. Well, that's a tough location, up and in. 3-2 with 2 outs. Lopez will be moving. Tee it up and do it again.
Jeff, it sounds like we talked about this just a minute ago, how strong the wind's getting into left field coming in the upper part with those flags, but is it down on the field level where you feel it also?
It really is. It's starting to swirl a little bit down here as well along field level, so watch for a ball. If it gets sliced, watch a tough play for the outfielders.
Ball 4. And now the winning runs at second base with Johnny Herrera coming up. Herrera, switch hitter, will step in from the left side. He had a tremendous spring. He had a tremendous year last year.
Great situational guy, Drew, for this type of deal. He's not going to try to come in and hit a home run. He's just going to try to make solid contact and get that run across if at any cost.
Lopez at second.
Not great speed.
Is not a good runner. He's below average. And it may surprise some people because he plays in the middle of the infield,
well,
but he's not a real
never has been.
guy.
I mean, hey, he's middle infield guy, but he's like Jeff Kent. He's a home run middle infield guy. You know, drives in RBIs, and I think that's where, you know, he'll get a big enough lead on it that he can do something with it. They've shortened their outfield up here on a line drive with Herrera. Now, with that being said, the other day against Texas, Johnny had a position to drive in and run. He drove the ball pretty deep. There's pop in the bat when he's got to go get it.
Well, fly balls aren't going to be routine right now either.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled off at 97 miles an hour. Johnny Herrera, as we pointed out on numerous occasions last year, along with Todd Helton when he's right, believe it or not, probably the 2 best 2-strike hitters on the Rockies. Herrera is a tough out.
A lot of right-handers will try to do that to left-handed bats. They'll ride a fastball up and away from them because it's very difficult, one, to lay off of, but it's hard to do anything with that pitch other than a soft fly ball to left.
Here's the 2-2. A ground ball slowly hit, knocked down by Hernandez, and he'll just get Herrera. He knocked that down with his bare hand. And we will go extra frames on opening day. Sixth inning, Rockies down 6-3. Jose Lopez takes Ian Kennedy into the seats. First home run for the Rockies on the season. And in the seventh inning, things got strange. That should have been the third out. Ty Wigginton strikes out, but an errant throw by Miguel Montero allowed the tying run to score. Actually, that was the run that made it 6-5. The tying run came in on that infield hit. Todd Helton tied up the game at 6. The infield hit for Jose Lopez. Some changes for the Rockies with Helton out of the ball game. Wigginton goes across the diamond. Lopez goes from second to third, and Jonathan Herrera is in at second base. So it's Wigginton, Herrera, Tulowitzki, and Lopez around the diamond. And it'll be Matt Belisle here in the 10th inning.
Numbers from a year ago, 76 ball games, 7-5, picked up his first major league save a year ago. And Street was down one of those days. Belisle, very good fastball, pitched in a number of ball games a year ago. Just about everybody in their lineup has faced him numerous times. The first coming out of the chute, Upton, 1 for 3 in his career. Young in the on-deck circle, 0 for 7.
Belisle will get the thick part of the lineup. Upton, Young, and Miranda. Upton hit a 3-run home run off of Ubaldo Jimenez today. Ubaldo did not have the good fastball. He didn't even have, for him, the below average fastball. He worked in the 88 to 91, 92 range most of the day, and he was effective till the 5th inning. And he gave up that 3-run bomb to Upton, then a 2-run home run the next inning to Miguel Montero. Breaking ball misses. 2-1. Third time the Rockies have played extra innings on opening day. Few will ever forget when this stadium opened in 1995. This ball is hit to the gap in right center field, and Upton is going to have at least 2. He'll shut it down there. A leadoff double for Justin Upton. There's Dante Bichette in 1995 against the Mets in the 14th inning, a walk-off winner.
Taking a look at this pitch from Belisle, trying to keep everything away, and again that ball ran in at 93. Upton did a really nice job of really loading to the back leg and letting the hands drop and coming through on that baseball. Well, not what we wanted to see here in the 10th, a leadoff double, and you're in the heart of their lineups. Hopefully Belisle can work his way out of this.
Chris Young.
Guess he went.
Yeah, it looked like he did. Tim Cheetah agrees.
Thanks, Tim.
You a little surprised by that?
I was just thinking the same thing, George.
27 and 91, meaning home runs, RBIs a year ago, and you're going to have him sacrifice the guy over and a rookie in the on-deck circle.
Your number 4-hole hitter.
Tulowitzki really tightening things up on Upton, not getting a big lead at all.
This is thrown out to right, and there's a catch made. No catch. No catch.
He caught that, but first base umpire Jeff Nelson never even ran out there.
No, he just turned.
He got caught napping, didn't he?
He just stood there.
You know, all Jim Tracy can hope for is to get a conference, and maybe the second base umpire, Marty Foster, saw it a little more clearly.
But Marty Foster has to watch the guy at second base since there's a base runner there.
Well, why do you think Upton slammed the brace? Sherlock screaming at him to get back to the bag because he thought he caught it too. Here's a look at it.
I mean, from my angle down here at field level, it looked like he caught it.
Well, guess what? Your angle's a pretty good one, Jeff, because it appears here on our replays he definitely caught the baseball.
Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, he did catch that.
That's 2 calls today, though. First by Bill Wilkie at third base on the interference, and now at first base by Jeff Nelson.
Yeah, watch Upton. He's going to start to take off. Wait, no, he didn't get that thing. He's going to head on back to the bag and make sure he slides in to keep from going.
Force all around. Miranda, you figure, is going to lay down a bunt here. He bunts it in the air, but it's a good bunt. Herrera covering first. And now it's second and third, 1 out with Melvin Mora. This is an intriguing matchup because Mora handles the bat still in his late 30s very well. We saw that last year. Belial does have the ability to get the strikeout. Matt Reynolds with Montero and Parra, 2 lefties on deck.
Yeah, they're combined 0 for 4 against him. 2 guys you mentioned, Montero and Parra. First things first here, infield in. You gotta try to get this out. Anytime you play for a team, whether it be a year or 2 years or 5 months, it doesn't matter. You when you get traded away and you sign away, if you're Melvin Mora, you want to show some things here. Is that player that maybe came back to haunt you a little bit in a couple of games.
On the inside corner, strike 1. Now he is full of energy.
Yeah, that ice cream and Pepsi thing kicked in. Hey, are they twins? Those 2 right there.
They need the energy right now that the little fella behind them has. They have the look of concern, understandably, on their face. Mora right at Tulowitzki, the throw to the plate, and Iannetta holds on. Upton is out. Great play by Iannetta. Great throw by Tulowitzki. Not out of the woods yet. 2 outs. Good clean baseball play by Justin Upton. It's the right play.
Well, absolutely it is. I mean, that ball was hit. Right at Tulowitzki. And folks, it's not that easy. He's got to make the perfect throw, even though it's in. Upton just kind of lowers the head, and he's lined to get through that goal line. And look at Chris Iannetta. Perfect job of sticking out, spinning, and not absorbing much of this impact off of Upton to allow him to knock that ball out of there.
What I like where the throw was from Troy, right at his chest, so Chris can do whatever he wants. Don't try to make the perfect throw down by the ankles. Give it to him so then, as you said, George, he can spin and get out of there.
Matt Reynolds will come on to face Montero. 2 outs, still tied at 6 with 2 gone in the top of the 10th. Third with 2 outs for Arizona. Miguel Montero to face Matt Reynolds. Reynolds the last couple of months with the Rockies, and he was, George, you're right, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, 2 flat ERA. Montero's 0 for 1 against him in his career. Last year, he had left-handers to the tune of 213. So all the stars line up for Reynolds to have success with Montero.
Here's the 0-1. 0-2.
You throw the nasty slider for strikes and keep it in that 78 to 83 mile an hour range and place it where you need to. Reynolds will have success against left-handers. Fastball, elevate, get him to chase it. Good pitch, 91.
Now you can go back to that breaker.
Make it a little nastier than the first 2.
Yeah, but you got to be afraid. Don't overthrow it and bury it too much.
Got it. He called for it, and what a job by Matt Reynolds. What a job by the Rockies defense. They wiggle out of a first and second. Nobody out jam. All right, enough for the theater. How about a run in the bottom of the 10th? 6, bottom of 10. The Rockies will have the top of the order to face Sam Demmel. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Sellout crowd of well more than 49,000. Just waiting to erupt. Sam Demmel made his big league debut last year with Arizona after coming from Oakland in the Connor Jackson deal in the summer. Worked out of the bullpen. He was a closer through much of his minor league career. TCU product. Same hometown as Roger Clemens, Spring, Texas.
Third-round draft pick in 2007, so the climb to the big leagues was very quick for Demmel. Last year, 37 games, 37 innings pitched. He doesn't walk many, just 12 with 33 strikeouts. He'll get the top of the order of the Colorado Rockies. He also moves a heavy sinker into action. He'll run that, and he'll run a cutter. He'll throw a slider, curveball, 3-pitch mix.
Inside, ball 1 on Dexter. 1 for 4 and a walk this afternoon for the Rockies leadoff hitter. Third straight year on the opening day roster for Fowler. And Dex thought about it. It was in there. He pulled the bat back. It's a called strike by Tim Cheetah. Mora still in on the grass. Two and one. Jeff Houston, let me ask you, because you had the ability to bunt for a hit. Would you sometimes do it with 1 strike, with the infield, the corners, assuming, okay, there's already a strike, he's not going to lay down a bunt? Would you do that on occasion?
Not really. I typically like to do it before I had a strike. That way, because I always thought fair or foul on the very first one, so then I still had 2 strikes to go after that. I didn't like doing it with the strike.
2 and 2. Matt Lindstrom. If it goes 11, maybe aboard. And slowly hit. Demmel can't get it. Miranda out at first base.
Wow. That was almost as athletic of a play as Houston Street just a minute ago. Dexter not happy with the call at all. Can't say that I blame him either. One more look. It looked like he short-armed that ball a little bit, Jeff, and then the quick flip by Miranda.
Yeah,
he was out. Sure was.
I'm surprised that Miranda was able to get it, because he kind of hesitated and then had to spin all the way around. The only thing that helped him was Demmel was already at the bag, and he wasn't trying to lead him as he was going towards the bag.
Yeah, ultra slow-mo really showed that the umpire was correct with his call.
1 for 2 is not bad in the last inning.
Right.
Seth Smith, 2 for 5. Singled in the 8th inning. Doubled to run home in the 1st.
92 with that hard sinker.
The bullpen for Arizona, the worst in baseball last year, has not given up an earned run in the game.
Ouch.
Gutierrez gave up 2 runs in the 7th inning, but remember, they were both unearned after the throwing error by the catcher Miguel Montero. Cargo's on deck. Much easier to hit now, Huey.
It is, because everybody's in the shadows. That's what's nice. Now you can start to pick up rotation again.
Lights on at the ballpark. How much, honestly, fellas, did that help at this time of day?
Well, it helps in the infield. You can see the difference down around the home plate area right now. For me, I mean, I can see a difference.
Yeah, you're right, George. It really helps the hitter and the pitcher and the infielders. For the outfielders, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference right now.
Man, one little rule you got to throw out there. Whenever they flick the switch on those lights, it's typically at the top of the inning, because
both teams have to have the same advantage. In other words, you couldn't have it off for Arizona, click it on for the Rockies. You just open yourself up for a problem with Major League Baseball.
2-2 now
it's
on
a good
Smith.
plan. Good plan. Good idea. Just don't get to do it.
Ground ball up the middle. It has eyes. It'll be a base hit.
Now back to basic fundamentals as a pitcher. It benefited the Rockies right there. Because what happened is he hadn't even close to catching this ball on his follow through to the first base side. I mean, and it benefits the Rockies here. I mean, you watch right now, freeze that thing there. I mean, see how far he fell off. The ball's right back up the middle. No chance for him, and it benefits Seth Smith. He picks up a hit.
The guy is worth the price of admission by himself. At the plate, Cargo. And this could be two. Arizona turns it over, and we will turn the page to inning number 11. Even at 6. The hit's even at 13 as well. Gerardo Parra, the 8-hole hitter, will lead things off, so Matt Reynolds stays on. Now with the pitcher's spot on deck, Xavier Nady is in the on-deck circle. At that point, you assume Jim Tracy will go and bring in Matt Lindstrom, who's been firing now for the last 10 minutes in the Rockies' pen. First things first, Reynolds needs to take care of Parra. He put down the last inning by striking out Miguel Montero with runners at first and third.
He did it on 3 sliders and a fastball that wasn't close. This time, first slider not near the strike zone as it was with Montero.
And he misses 2-0.
Sometimes for young pitchers come into a big situation like he was in and you strike out Montero, you come back to the dugout, it's going to be a line drive base hit to left. A lot of times you think you've done your job and you're done, so you got to re-energize that motor. I know it sounds crazy, folks, but you know, adrenaline wise and everything else, that's kind of what happens to it.
Yeah, they're going to pull Nady back because it's a sacrifice situation. And again, with the bench thin, Arizona is going to send up Barry Enright, who's one of their starting pitchers.
Yeah, it makes sense to do it this way versus a position guy. And you know, the Rockies, when they bring Lindstrom in, you're down to 1 in the bullpen. That's Morales. I think Jim Tracy's looking at this now. Spielberg's is going to go into right field. He will hit 9th in the 9-hole. Or excuse me, he will hit in the pitcher's spot, which is behind Tulowitzki.
This is so he can get some length out of Lindstrom. So Matt Lindstrom will come on. The leadoff man Parra has reached on a knock.
Arizona Diamondbacks. Matt Lindstrom has an interesting story. He grew up in Idaho. However, the first Major League Baseball game he ever attended was a Colorado Rockies game. And I talked to him earlier today about the possibility of coming into the game and pitching for his favorite hometown team. He said it would absolutely be a crazy situation, really surreal. He said, you know, a lot has happened in the last 10 years since he attended a game and actually now pitching for the Colorado Rockies. He said, but it is an absolute honor to be able to put on these colors and pitch for this team, guys. And as you can probably tell by my hair, the wind is really picking up down here field level. Drew?
All right, Alana, thank you. Matt Lindstrom, who the last 4 years has made his offseason home here in the Denver area. He's on board with Barry Enright looking to get a bunt down. That's in there for a strike. And you may practice this all you want, Jeff Houston, but it's not fun trying to bunt, I would imagine, a guy throwing 96 to 99.
No, and especially for a pitcher that I'm sure came to the ballpark today, opening day, not really thinking that he was going to have to go up in the top of the 11th and try to lay down a bunt.
I was thinking he's going to be able to wear the flip-flops in the dugout. And that is bunted foul, and now it's a 2-strike count.
Well, they say on guys that throw this hard, like Lindstrom, you say, well, you could be tough to get around on. He didn't get around on a bunt.
And that's all for Barry Enright. That's big. 1 out. Parra will go to first, or stay at first, I should say. Bloomquist will come up. Here's the thing now, folks. You're in the 11th inning. It's opening day. Everybody on the right side's been used. The only guy we haven't in bold print, in a bold font, that has not been used in the bullpen's Franklin Morales. Now, if this game got really crazy, you'd go, okay, get some length out of your number 5 starter. That's not an option, Frage, because that guy's been used. That's Esmil Rogers as a pinch runner.
And it's not an option to get your number 4 starter going and handling those guys, because a lot of them threw a bullpen today. Shashin threw a bullpen. Rogers threw a bullpen today. So and guess what, fellas? It's yours. Go pitch hard, play hard. Win this thing. You won't have to extend very far.
And then the other factor, Huey, is that both these guys, when I say both these guys, Lindstrom and Morales, they haven't been stretched out per se. the one missing element, if you will, because the Rockies have a bunch of power arms in their bullpen, but they don't have the quote-unquote long haul guy down there.
No, and none of them really have worked on it during spring training either, George.
No, it's 3 outs.
That's exactly right, and then you're in and out of there.
Well, the other thing, too, for the Rockies, they only have one other guy left on the bench, and that was Jose Morales. So working very thin right now.
Yeah. Jim Tracy is a disciple of Felipe Alou. After this pitch, I'll tell you. Oh, that's a base hit through the right side by Bloomquist, and going first to third is Parra. First and third, 1 out. But Jim Tracy learned from Felipe Alou. You do everything in your power to win it in 9 innings, and not that you don't try to win it in extra innings, but after that, it becomes almost a roll of the dice. Because you play all the cards you possibly can play to win the baseball game in regulation.
You're right, and I mean, that's the same. You think of some great managers, Tony La Russa, Whitey Herzog, Jimmy Leland, 2 of the 3 still working. That was their thought process when they managed in the National League. 9 innings, win the ball game, do everything you can to win it within those 9, and if you don't, all the gloves just kick them off, and I just hope everything works in your favor to pull out a W.
Kelly Johnson steps up. He's 2 for 5. Rockies looking for 2 up the middle. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And Lindstrom has Johnson popping up, but it's out of play. Bob Apodaca during spring training working with Matt Lindstrom on utilizing the slider a little bit more.
Now, both clubs have struggled with runners in scoring position today. Combined 6 for 29. Arizona 3 for 13.
Well, there's been an abundance of opportunities. The 0-1, and that's going to go to the backstop, and the run's going to score. A wild pitch from Lindstrom. Parra makes it 7-6. Bloomquist to second.
Yeah, very hard pitch to handle. Looks like slider rotation, and you know, Iannetta looked like maybe he might have whiffed on the thing because he closed early and it hit off the outer edge of his glove, but not Chris's fault. I mean, just a mislocation by Lindstrom completely. You gotta understand, this heater's coming in there 95 to 100 at times, and you might try to read or react to it, and it's really, really hard to do. 96 with that last one.
Now Lindstrom will put on Kelly Johnson. They'll set up the force all the way around, go right on right with Upton.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, as a manager, this is what you're doing. Upton's 1 for 3 in his career. Chris Young is 1 for 4, so you're staring at 2 for 7 if you're Jim Tracy on trying to get yourself out of this inning. The Rockies have Tulowitzki, Spilborghs, and Wigington. They'll send out J.J.
Puts. Yeah, they obviously they haven't used their closer.
So he's the one guy they still have getting loose now down in their bullpen, and he had lower back issues in spring training.
He hasn't really closed games since his days in Seattle.
He went back-to-back days at the end of spring trying to convince Charles Nagy, Kurt Gibson, and Kevin Towers that he was 100%.
He's a slider for a strike on Upton.
And also a guy that didn't want to start throwing in games until later on in spring training.
He said he only wanted, it was kind of strange, he only wanted like 6 or 7 outings, right?
Yeah.
Heck, why not show up till March 15th?
Runners going, and it's swung on and fouled off, fortunately. Otherwise, you're looking at a second and third situation because The lead runner, Bloomquist, had third base stolen almost standing up.
Iannetta has been kicked around a little bit today. This slider just foul tipped off the glove and straight into the mask.
It was the guy at the plate in the batter's box, tried to run him over, Justin Upton. Upton was out at the plate. Good throw from Tulowitzki. Time was called. Boy, pitchers, George, you had to hate that, didn't you?
I couldn't stand it all. When you call it late like that, I'm mad at two people. I'm mad at the hitter, but I'm mad at the umpire for giving it to the hitter. You know, I've already started everything. What are you doing? Watch, now the leg's going to come up. If that leg starts there, they go, well, you know what? Iannetta called the timeout. That's who called the timeout.
Sad thing is he executed a sinking fastball, swung on and missed. He threw a great pitch again.
Yeah, he did. Here's the timeout call. I mean, I thought it was Upton that called it and they gave it to him. I apologize, Justin, but it was all on Chris Iannetta, threw both hands out, asking for timeout.
Well, you could also see Tim Cheetah, watch this at the end, because he'll point to Chris saying it was him. Watch him pointing right there.
Immediately. Well, where's he going?
He's getting out of there in case he swings at it, fouls it off.
If Upton calls, he's probably not going to grant it.
No, you're right.
Chris Young with 2 outs. Did he go? Nope, ball 1. Rockies down 7-6. Lindstrom trying to keep it that way. Rockies will have Tulowitzki. Spilborghs and Wigginton. Toyota postgame show to follow, and you can be involved as well by texting Toyota followed by a space and then your thoughts on this afternoon's opener to 720-720. That's Toyota Talk on the Toyota postgame show. 1-1 on Chris Young. Lindstrom last year in the first half, the closer for Houston. Some shoulder and back issues in the second half. Close games for Florida also in the past. And now Lindstrom's going to call out Chris Iannetta. Change the signs, George?
Yeah, probably a little bit of it. Make sure you're on the same page. You know, I'm not sure if I haven't asked him, but Lindstrom might wear contacts and the wind's a little blurry maybe in an eye and he's not seeing the correct sign. And make sure at this point you're down 1. You don't want to be down 2 because of wild pitches or make a mistake on a pitch and have Chris Young hit it.
He went. Boy, Jeff, you just got to get yourself ready so early when a guy throws this hard.
And that's why you'll see these silly swings sometimes. Half swing, try to stop themselves because you just don't have time to react. You're sitting there going, I'm swinging at a fastball at 97 miles an hour. You're committed to it, and you see it's not. That's when you get those swings.
2-2. He went slider again, and Young badly fooled. But in the inning, the Diamondbacks get a run. Parra ends up scoring on a wild pitch by Lindstrom. play hooky. It's okay. Can't get in trouble. 7-6 Arizona, bottom of the 11th inning. The Rockies now must rally. Troy Tulowitzki will lead it off against J.J. Putz. And Putz has not been a full-time closer since the 08 season with the Seattle Mariners. Remember, he went to the Mets to set up George. He had a couple saves in 09. And last year at the White Sox had 3 saves, but it's been a while.
And realistically, you look at those numbers in 06, 7, and 8, he had 36, 40, and then 15. So there's some problems there for him, but yet a very accomplished closer. But in 09, just 2 with the New York, 3 last year as a setup man for Bobby Jinks and the Chicago White Sox.
And after a tough 09 with New York, he reestablished himself last year with the White Sox. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. He kind of just guided it over. He does not throw nearly as hard as he once did.
No, not even close, but he still has that outstanding split finger that he can throw for a strike, and that's his out pitch. That's what he relies on to get him out with. He doesn't rely on the fastball. It's that pitch there. And again, that's very similar, folks. Let's go back in time. Bruce Sutter. That's all he threw to get people out.
Tulowitzki takes a walk. He's in a ditch, 0-2.
.94 with that fastball.
Yeah, but he
been in the tank, but I didn't see him throw that hard in a long time.
Yeah, he was an upper 90s guy.
Oh yeah, and lower back issues that he had in spring training. Obviously, he only pitched in 4 or 5 ball games. We've all talked about it.
He's an all-star in 07.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, look, Kevin Towers is trying to correct the bullpen by acquisition, because the last couple of years their bullpen's been awful.
Spielborg's on deck. Two and two, just missed on the Ford strike zone. Got rally caps and rally sunglasses.
Yeah, see the little upside down thing working right on the guy behind them all.
That's the first for the upside down sunglasses.
We don't care if it works.
It's right. Whatever fans can pull out, that'll be good.
Tulowitzki goes down, 1 out.
See, closers either come in blowing gas and they got a little slider, or they got a trick pitch. And so for a hitter in that 9th inning, you've seen a lot of variety today if you're Tulowitzki, and then all of a sudden you get this. You know, you're looking inside that split finger. Right there it is, folks. You can really see it. And what you're thinking about as an arm path is you're pulling right straight down on the home plate area. You want to start at that catcher's mask and pull right through the chest, right through the center of the body to the ground, so you make sure you get that tumbling action.
Spielborg's. And he had a quality hack at a fastball.
It's been nice that we've seen 2 different types of off-speed pitches. Think back to Ian Kennedy. We showed his Vulcan changeup where he split his middle fingers, and now with Putz, you got the traditional split finger.
That's called a strike.
So now when you have that type of fastball and you can really blow to the middle part of the plate and down like this and command it at 94, I mean, for a hitter, your thoughts are thinking, all right, is it going to be the trick pitch? Is he going to freeze me outside corner with a fastball? Looks like it's preset to be the split finger up in the glove. It wasn't fastball. I like the ultra slow-mo if they'll give you a shot of that at home. You know, you can pick out a grip on a guy like Putz that sets high and not against his body with his glove.
Ty Wigginton on deck. Rockies had the early lead. 2-0 after 1, 3-1. Till the 5th when Ubaldo Jimenez gave up a 3-run home run to Justin Upton. An inning later was a 2-run shot from Miguel Montero. Strike 3 on Spilborghs. 2 gone, nobody on. Here in the 11th, 7-6 Arizona.
Now that split had a lot more down action to it than the one he had thrown to Tulowitzki or Spilborghs. You can see the big bend straight down in velocity at 84. That was pretty nasty.
So Wigginton in his Rockies debut. 1 for 4 and a sac bunt. You got to give Putz credit right now. He has maintained a 1-strike advantage on all 3 hitters.
That's what you want out of your closer. Pound the strike zone. That's what you're looking for from them, and he's been able to do that. But these diehard Rocky fans still pulling. 1 swing ties it. Hey, think about the sloppy baseball Arizona threw out there in that 1 inning where they threw it all over the place and couldn't make plays to tie this thing back up. Kirk Gibson maybe be a little happier if they do pull off the win here. That you know, Montero is a guy behind that, threw the ball away and extended things.
One. And a great glove play by Kelly Johnson, and Arizona is going to spoil opening day for the Rockies 2011. They win it 7-6 in extra innings. Arizona has now won 4 in a row on opening day. They get 5 in a row on opening day. Today's delivery of the game brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. And the delivery of the game, Justin Upton. And he got the barrel out on an inside fastball, hit a 3-run home run, turned a 3-1 Arizona deficit into a 4-3 Arizona advantage. So 49,000+ in this sold-out crowd are going to go home a bit unhappy as the Rockies lose 7-6 in 11 innings. We'll come back with the Toyota postgame show right after these messages.